Stream's up.
Okay, let me clean up the online channel. Jesus, that's a lot to clean up. Well, you can spend the time going over the last chat log. Let me look at your streams. Yeah, you have the menus. ysignal, go back to the menu to the fantasy ground for a sec. So yeah, you have the menus all open, and you zoomed into the room, and that's about it. Yeah. Okay. Keep reading, and I'll be back in a sec.
So we just got back from Zolaris. What's our next course of action from here?
Yeah,
We
you go
slept.
back and you slept and you slept. So when you wake up in the morning, I'll have the landlord drop you some stuff, and then you can decide. You can discuss in game what you want to do.
Yep.
One thing you can do is try to identify everything again, because you can cast that spell. You can try to identify one item per day. Yeah, not one item. Every item you can try once per day. Plus, you have the I can't remember how many Zalara can give you. I think it's 3 per day or something like that. So it makes more sense for you to try your own identify first, and if you fail, then you use hers, because you never know. Later in the day, you might get more magical stuff to identify. So you wanna, if you can save hers, that would be a good idea. Oh, all right. So I should put you back in called Australasia. Here.
It works out better for us if I'm here for scheduling, right? Or
For
maybe
this
it
group, I
doesn't.
suppose so. Yeah, I suppose so for this group.
I mean, I was in the same time zone as you, I see, but you don't seem to sleep, so.
No, I don't. I do sleep, but I sleep at in the day.
I mean, staying up until like 6, 8 in the morning playing this was fun, but if I could avoid it, great.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. It's a good time to be playing, because everything is quiet and you can focus on the game. I don't like to play I don't like to play any kind of games in the morning if I can avoid it. Unless, yeah, there's no unless really. It's better to play games at night. All right, I clean up everything in the online channel. All right, really quick. Well, I suppose I'm just gonna give you one hit point back. So now you have five wounds. So one thing you could do in the morning, you could ask somebody to heal you. But I'm gonna wake you up with some news. Oh, okay. God damn it. Can you delete that?
It just disappeared for me.
Oh, it disappeared for everybody? Okay, I deleted for everybody. God damn it. I was typing something. Alright. There we go. This is the calendar. So, yeah, you can start discussing what you want to do. Keep in mind the 5 hit points you've lost, Kirog.
Yep.
So, this is the map. You should try to have this map as well. Make it a little smaller and put it somewhere. And also the images uncategorized. The one with the view. What's it called? The panorama. This is it. Remember, guys, enter to speak, control enter for action. I signal the district of Corvosa map is obscuring some of the room. So, yeah. Actually, it's best try to avoid having on the screen the big number. So because it looks ugly, you know, when it's zoomed in. So if you pull the screen to the right, and then yeah, keep pulling the screen to the right. That's it until it's out of the picture. The red. Look at the bottom left of your screen. Pull a little bit more to the right. That's it. Same to you, Dino. You could cover up the bottom left of the screen, the red number with the districts of Corvosa map. Right.
What are the rules for eating? Do we we need to eat breakfast or something, don't we?
You have to eat every day. Whether you eat breakfast or whatever, that's at the moment that's role playing. But you have to eat every day for sure. But we don't, you know, we haven't got exact rules yet for. They're not in the book for losing hit point or anything like that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you ate yesterday everything that Kiro had, so you definitely need food. Were you actually stabbed in the back? I can't remember.
It was a sneak attack, right?
Let me see.
Was I right to hyphenize cutthroats, by the way?
Well, actually, it was a cut purse,
Oh,
but you don't have to. You don't have to be
right.
exactly him. And the way I see it is, cut purse they write it as one word, and cutthroat would also be one word. So yeah, I'll take out the hyphen in the when I did the comments. But as for let's see, who got attacked? He attacked you. I think you were the first who was hit. And yeah, it does look like. All right.
So I see some trail rations in the party inventory. Did we consume them last night?
You're looking at the party sheet?
Yeah.
Let me look at that.
Was it trail rations we ate, or was there food like available at the lodgings?
Let me look at the way I remember it is that Kiro had some food. I don't remember where or how he had it.
I had trail rations, and you were thinking of just using that as like a generic thing and treating it as meals,
Yes.
changing
Yes.
it as we go.
Yes. So you ate 4 of those, and now let me see if I can fix it. Now he has 1 left. Let me see how much that cost. Yeah, so there's 1 of them left, and they cost. I think it was 5 SP each. That's not cheap at all. That's half a gold piece. That is not cheap. So definitely finding food is an issue.
Also, now that it's a new day, do I get my channel energies back?
1 sec, yeah. Okay. God damn it. Have some errands to run. Right, let's look at that. Skills. Yes, channel energy goes back to 6 out of 6. And look at your spells. Collide wounds, get those back. So I think you're good in terms of
Okay,
spells.
cool.
Let me look at ysignal abilities. He hadn't used anything in terms of force missiles. He had used 1 magic missile and he gets that back.
It said cast 2 out of 4 for me, and now it says cast 1 out of 4.
Yeah, that is weird. Oh wait, was the technology okay? Oh yeah, I see. Because there's identify as well. Cast 1 of 3. God damn it. Yeah, I'm looking at the preparation, and for some reason, identify is ticked and grayed out. How can it be ticked and grayed out at the same time? Identify. Okay, I think I know what I can do. I'll just delete identifier. Boom, there it is. And then I'll re-add it. That seems to have solved it. So you have, so identify is a first level spell, so you would have to, that's weird. Oh, okay. Identify gives you +10, doesn't it? It gives you +10 on spellcraft checks. So, but yeah, it's a great call. So it's, I think I might have been using this wrong with other groups because
So sorry, with identify, I'm pretty sure I cast that using my ring, so that wouldn't have been prepared. So the ring lets me use anything that's in the spell book without preparation once per day.
okay, so that's probably what happened. Okay. And so you have 3 magic missiles, and you have 6 force missiles. That's a lot. 9 is a lot. I wonder if you wanna switch out a magic missile for something else.
Yeah, I'm looking at the thinking about that now, but like I said the other time, last time, my strategy there is to just use the ring, and I have all these spells, and if I need anything random, I'll use the ring for it. That's what we did with the
I
identify.
see.
I suppose
I see.
what could make sense is bring the identify in, and then that frees the other thing. Then I can use the ring to, because I know I'm going to need that, right? And then I can use the ring for some other stuff. The ring
The
casting.
thing with the identify, now that I see it, I thought that the identify, I think with another group, I'm not sure, we use identify as if it was level 0, so that you could cast as many times you want. Because if it's level 1, then you can't really use it, because it's unless you're staying somewhere in an inn the whole day and you're not putting yourself in danger, then you can memorize it 3 times. But even then, it's just 3 times. You
Yeah.
can't. Let's say you have 6, 7 magical items. You can't try all of them. Well, you can try them,
Are
but
you
without the
sure you're not
+10
thinking of
bonus.
detect magic? Because
No,
that is
detect.
level
Yeah,
0.
no, detect magic. Yes, that's not an issue. But I think one other group has done a bunch of identifying, and you cannot do a bunch of identifying if you're such low level,
Right.
unless if several days pass. So I can't remember which group it was. They identified a bunch of items in a row, or they tried to. Didn't you try to identify too, or did you just cast detect magic on them?
I'm pretty sure that I used identify on something. And
But
I
it
think
must
it
have
was using
been.
the ring.
Wait. Let me see what the duration. Because if the duration is a lot,
Yeah.
okay,
So
it's just
I'm
3
looking
rounds
at
per
the
level.
spell. Yeah, it's 3 rounds per level. And it actually just gives you a +10 to your spellcraft check. So you don't specify an object to identify. It just gives you a bonus. Um,
Oh, the question is, during 3 rounds, how many items can you identify?
yeah, I think one round was it 10 seconds?
No, one
Was it
round is
6
6
seconds?
seconds, but it doesn't
6
matter
seconds.
because
Yeah.
um, you don't have to think about time. Because 3
Yeah. Yeah.
rounds means either 1 item or 3 items, depending on the detect magic. I think it would be. Let me look at the detect magic. I mean, I think when you're identifying an item, you look it over in your hand. So it definitely
Yeah.
takes more
Yeah.
than.
You'd probably only have time to do one, I guess, at level 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll stay with 3 magic missiles. So that's fixed.
Well, I guess if I'm planning to use it, I might as well prepare it, because the whole point of the ring is like what I don't know stuff that I like where I don't know whether I'm going to need to use it or not. But if I know I'm going to use identify, then I should probably prepare it because I have tons of magic missiles, magic missiles plus the force missiles, I think they're called.
One thing you can do is you can wait to do. No, the identify at night you can't. Well, if the whole day passes and you don't use the ring, then you can use the ring before you go to sleep for one identify. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. And we have the deck, right, and that has that has more than one, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it has 3.
Yeah, I suppose just I'll just leave things as they are for the time being.
Okay. All right. Let's do the heal. So, what kind of heal do you want to do?
So I'm gonna channel channel energy.
All right. So,
Wait, is that homeless guy still KO'd outside?
no.
I
No,
think
He left, didn't he?
he
I think you
left
checked.
or
You
something.
checked. Keep in mind. Let me look at Dino's abilities. He also has 3 lay on hands, and that does 1d6. All right. So I'm looking at your skills, your abilities. So drag the ribbon of channel energy to the to Discord. Actually,
To
you know what?
Discord.
Okay, don't do this for a sec. No, sorry,
Okay.
not Discord. What I wanted to say is
Oh,
that
sorry, I had to drop it.
there's a correct way to add instead of having the why do you have 2 channel energies? Do you see this?
Yeah, it's because I was about to drag it, but then I dropped it, and I think it just
Okay.
copied it.
Okay, let me see something.
I should be
Okay.
able to delete it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's possible one of the other guys has channel energy in his actions, and that's better because then he can target someone, and the heal can be done properly. So let me see if I can really quickly add it here.
Yep.
Domain spells comprehend languages. It says here. Why do you have
It's specific because I have the knowledge domain as a cleric, so
mhm.
it's like a set thing. You get at level 1.
So you get 1 spell like that per day.
Yes. It's like an extra thing separate from the prepared spells.
Okay, so I'm adding now. Let's see. Maybe it would be in special abilities. Maybe I can. Oh, this is the way to do it. I think. Um, it's called. It's called channel energy. All right, it's not gonna happen now. So drag the ribbon to the chat log. and then roll 1d6. Wait, is it 1d6?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
1d6 at level 1.
That was a mistake. Is it +1 or is it just 1d6?
I think it's just 1d6. Well, let me double check the page again.
Yeah, it's 1d6.
Yep.
All right, so it says 2. So let me look at here. So the wounds are now down to 3.
Yep. At level 3, it'll be 2d6. It'll be a lot better then.
I don't know if you want to. So now it's 5 out of 6. I don't know if you want to
Yep.
roll another one, but
Oh, and
you might.
did anyone else have damage, or was it
No,
just
it's just
Caleb?
him.
Okay.
It's just him. So that means that if you roll another one, what you could do is if you wait until there's a battle and somebody else loses hit points, then you can heal several of them. That's why
Yeah.
instead of you, it should have been Dino who did it. Because Dino, his lay on hand is 1d6, but only to one person, whereas your 1d6 can be for multiple people. You see?
Yeah, it's got 30-foot range.
Although it will also heal enemies, so you have to.
Yeah, that was the issue as well. If they're in the 30-foot range and they're not like being blocked by anything, they'll get healed as well. So, plus I've got 6 of them is the other thing. So I've got more of them than
Yeah,
than the
it's worth
spell.
letting Dino hang on to his just for a bit of redundancy in case staff goes down.
Yeah, that's another thing. Sure. All right.
Oh,
Well, if you're.
can I change my prepared spells back to sorry, one sec. It's under actions, right? So under level 1 there's the cure light wounds. Could I change them to command?
Okay. Let's see.
Because in combat I can just instantly change them to cure light wounds, so I might as well have a different spell just in case.
Yes. 0 prepared. 1. 3. All right. So you said command, right?
Yep.
Let me find it. So how many commands? 1, 2.
2. So I think I have 3 prepared spells.
I
Yep.
think that's it. 2 commands, 1 cause fear.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Okay. You can play, guys. So, yeah, one thing you could do in here is where's that list we had of all the items? Let me see. Notes. Gadrin's loot. I think this is it. So the top, the 3 items at the top you've already identified. And then you have a bunch of other items. How do you haven't, which ones of these are magical, or is none of the other ones magical?
I think we did detect magic on everything, and it's the ones at the top that are magical.
So all the magical ones, you've already identified them?
I don't know if we. So there's another note that says it's public. It says magical auras. So you definitely got all the the magical auras. Whether we completely then sort of drilled into that and identified them is a different question. But I'm pretty sure all this other stuff down the bottom has no magical aura.
All right, so the Sable, I'm gonna send people the other one as well. So
Hey,
the
okay, so
Sable
what I said
variant
isn't
called
true because the auras have some other ones like the longbow, Gadrin's dagger, and the padded armor.
yeah. So the armor, the dagger, and the longbow. Those are the three things that you could identify.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does look like all the other items are not magical, but let me double check. Yeah, definitely. Only those three items that you've already identified are magical from Gadrin's loot. And then the other three, you can identify now. Let me check.
It might make sense to wait till the end of the day and see if I have identify ready, and then
Yeah.
identify it, because otherwise I'll use up my spell. Because I can only do that check once a day, right?
Yeah, but the Zalara's Harrow deck can do it, I think, 3 times a day. Let me check.
Right.
Yeah, so you can cast Identify for anyone who holds one of the cards of the deck to his forehead up to 3 times a day. So you could do all three. So what I'm wondering is, she casts Identify. I don't think we've used this yet. She casts Identify, and who rolls for it? Like, does she roll for it? Yeah, it looks like it. So last time when we did Identify, let me see. Yeah. So she cast what happened was Saf used the Harrow deck to identify 3 items, and he rolled 1d20 plus 10. And he rolled good scores, 28, 20, and 16. I don't know why I'm double guessing myself, but I have to do it. So let me see. See, wouldn't he also get those rolls get some bonuses from Zalara's if she has any bonuses? For example, I'm looking at Zalara's Hard Deck has statistics, not all statistics. It has intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and ego. So it doesn't have strength, constitution, dexterity because it's not physical, I suppose. But actually, these numbers are not high. Like for example, intelligence. Well, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell you the numbers, but they're not that high. So maybe they wouldn't have a bonus anyway. But let me look at the skill.
Isn't that kind of normal? Like, Zalara isn't supposed to be a genius or something. She's a woman with a skill.
It's interesting because maybe I don't know. I don't even know if I have Zalara stats because she's dead. So they wouldn't have given me a stat for a dead person. They only give me the stats for Zalara's Harrow deck. It's the deck's stats, and now Zalara is one with the deck. So the deck is an intelligent item. It has an alignment. It has an aura, and it has this. Well, anyway, I'll tell you the numbers now. Intelligence is 10, Wisdom 13, Charisma 13. So the 13s are good. They're pretty good. The intelligence is not that good. But I'm not sure if that means that she wasn't very smart herself, or maybe the numbers changed when she fused with the Harrow deck. I'm not sure. Caster level 10th. So when she casts something with the Harrow deck, she casts as a 10th level, which is very high. Great. I'm gonna look at Detect Magic real quick. Detect Magic.
If caster level is 10, then that would make a difference because the spell would be much more powerful, wouldn't it?
Oh, we'll see what it says here. What matters in the Identify? Well, for the Detect Magic, yeah, that will be Spellcraft. First thing you can do is one of you can just cast Detect Magic just to see the auras of these three items because you don't even know the auras. What kind of auras does it have? So let's do that first.
So, but we already know that some of these things have auras. Like we know that the Gadrin's dagger is magical.
Yeah, but you don't know the school.
Right. Okay.
So what you can do on these three items, the composite longbow, the dagger, and the padded armor, is well, that would be that would be the standard way to do it. So you may as well do it. So go to your actions and click to the left of Detect Magic. You can say something. You can type that. Let's take a look at the Marine's bow and Gadrion's gear. You can say, let's take a quick look at the Marine's bow and Gadrion's weapons.
Sorry, is gear alright? Because armor isn't a weapon, right?
Yeah, gear. Right. So click detect the star to the left of Detect Magic, and then cast. If you can't see the cast, hit the magnifying glass. All right. So for the spellcraft check, knowledge arcana. So roll knowledge arcana 3 times.
Sorry, to roll, is it just double click or on the
Yeah.
dice? Okay.
What is it?
And sorry, you say do it twice.
3 times.
3 times, okay.
Oh, and yeah, I should have done it maybe hidden. So, and the DC is 15 plus. So the 10 is automatic of failure, and the 23 and the 22 might be. So I guess I will whisper to you.
Do I specify which roll is which?
Well, I'm putting them in the order that they are in the list.
Okay.
So first is a bow. This always the schools always. Well, let me see who's holding. Sometimes the item tells you the aura and the school. Sometimes it doesn't, and there's a complex way to determine it. So now I have to figure out first of all who's holding these items. Who's holding the dagger? Is it Getter's dagger? Okay, it's Kira who's holding it. And all right, I got that. I'm supposed to also tell you the okay, who's holding his bow then? Probably it's probably Dino. No, it doesn't look like it. Maybe it's Seth. Guys, look in your inventory and see who has the Marine's bow.
I don't.
I don't.
Oh, is it called marine bow, or would it be longbow composite plus 3 strength? No, that's the half orcs bow.
I don't have it.
You would say, I don't know.
The notes do say Sable Company Marines composite longbow.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to look at it.
I also thought that we put some stuff down.
It's on the desk, maybe.
But in that case, it would still be in his inventory. It would just not be carried. There's a stat. You can You don't have to remove it from the inventory. You just type. So let me look at the Marine's gear. Right. NPCs. Are you sure the composite shortbow was the? Oh, it's. Wait. The Marine looks like he has a composite shortbow, not a longbow. He may have made a mistake there. Are you sure that the orc had?
I'm pretty sure because I couldn't use this bow because my character is -1 strength and you need +3 to use this.
Let me see. Yes, he had a composite longbow +3. The half orc giggles. Composite longbow +3. So that's his. And it's not magical. That's not magical. So I think I must have made a mistake. And the Marines. Let me check again. I have the Marine here. Yeah, definitely the Marines is shortbow. So I'm gonna change the note to shortbow. Did we mention? No, you just said bow, so that's good. I'm gonna remove the price of the longbow just in case. Hopefully you didn't see it. Oh, so it says here in the description of that composite longbow that if your strength bonus is less than the rating of the bow, you can't use it effectively. So you take a -2 penalty on attack. So you can use it. The default composite longbow requires a strength modifier of 0. Yeah, and the point with these composite bows is that they can be made to take advantage of extra strength, so that you add. Normally with bows, you don't add your strength bonus to damage, but with the composite ones, you add it up to the maximum allowed by the bow, the rating.
I mean, I'm -4. Surely it stands to reason that my character's girly arms can't like pull the string back far enough to fire an arrow.
You're -4. No, you're 0.
Sorry, I'm -4 away from being able to use it. It's pretty significant.
Why are you -4? It's +3. So
And
you're
I'm -1.
Are you
So I'm,
-1 because
yeah.
the
Or
strength
did we
shows,
change it?
it shows 0 here.
Oh no, I swapped some stats around later on. I'm 0, correct?
Okay, 0. So you're 3 away. So you take a -2 penalty. That's what it says here.
Ah,
You can use it, but you take a -2 penalty on attacks. So that +3 doesn't mean anything to you. So you don't get the +3. You get a -2 to roll. The +3 is for damage. For people who have +3 Yeah, you take a minus penalty. What I'm wondering is that, let's say the bow is rated for +3, and let's say you're rated for +2. That means you take a -2 to attack. But if you do manage to hit, do you get the damage? That's what I'm wondering about, the bonus.
I mean, surely it stands to reason that I'm not properly drawing the bow back, so it doesn't do bonus damage.
It says if you have a penalty for low strength, apply to damage rolls when you use a composite longbow. So it sounds like if you have a penalty for low strength. So it sounds like the same -2 penalty to attack. You would also take. Are you even proficient with the longbow? Is the rogue?
I thought it was all bows. I'm not sure. I checked that, but
It
I think
doesn't
it's
sound like it.
page 168 of the player's manual, if I can find that.
In the rogue description, page 68, it says you're proficient with all simple weapons plus hand crossbow, shortbow. Wouldn't it say
Okay.
longbow right there? It would say longbow right there. So that means you're not proficient. You will probably get another penalty for not being proficient. So there's no point. But like we said, you're proficient with short bows, and the marine has a short bow. You just it's a composite short bow. But I wonder. Okay, it's a composite short bow. Strength +2. But
So
I
I
just
still
think,
take the.
yeah, you would still. So at least you would not take the lack of proficiency penalty, but you would get a -2. It seems like you would get a -2 to attack and to damage. I need to find out though who the fuck. Maybe it's in the party sheet. Let me see. Inventory. So I need to find out who has this. Somebody must have it.
I don't see it in the party inventory.
Maybe the reason is that the Marines stats here that I have, that item is not programmed into his sheet, so I can't drag and drop it. I would have to. Okay, so now I would have to, since I can't drag and drop it from his inventory. Um, Right. I have a similar bow here. So what I can do is, first of all, who's gonna use the short bow? It's a +2. It doesn't sound like it. Can anybody use a +2 short bow?
I mean, isn't Kirog more spec'd for crossbows?
Correct, and I'm carrying 2 of them.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like Kirog's gonna use it. Is anybody else gonna want to use the short bow or the longbow?
Oh, it's definitely not useful to me. Is there any value in like a stronger character carrying something like that in case of like an unusual situation? Or
Yeah. Definitely. There's all kinds of situations.
so Dino and Saf, do either of you want to use it?
Uh,
So is this the short bow?
There's a short bow and there's a longbow. Both of them composite.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to carry it, just in case.
I'm looking at simple.
I think
Where does
Dino
it
has
say
more.
you have simple weapons as a cleric? Where does it say which ones are the simple weapons?
Would be in the weapons section of the book, I think.
In the inventory, that's where I'm looking. Simple.
It's a martial weapon. This is page 143 of the guide. The core
So we
rulebook.
might not be proficient in it.
But I mean,
Dino might be.
yeah,
I don't
Dino
think
should
I
be
am.
right.
So, the shorts, no, short. I don't see the bow in the martial. Though. I'm looking at them. Okay, there's several categories. There's light. There's one-handed,
ranged.
ranged. So, the longbow and the short bow composite, they're both martial. So you can't use either of them, Saf.
Okay.
They're quite expensive, by the way, and every point they get plus the composite ones makes them even more expensive. So both of them they cost a lot of money, and if one of them is also magical, then that's a lot of money as well. On top of that, so let me look at Dino's encumbrance here. He's already carrying a lot of stuff. I would have dropped. The reason we're doing all this is because I'm trying to figure out where to drop these items. So I'm gonna drop this. I dropped the short bow on him. It says magical short bow, composite. Do you see the +3 strength on your inventory?
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Dino.
Oh. Yeah.
Right. It's not +3. +3 is I had to drop something from is the one that I picked from the book. It's actually +2, so I have to modify that myself. So this one is +2. I just modified it. Boom. Right. And let me see what the weight is. The weight is 2. It's not that heavy. 2 pounds is not that heavy. So, and that's another thing we have to do. Let me quickly check this. Oh wow. Kirog is carrying 81 pounds, and you're all weighed down. Looks like. Yeah, except okay. Ysignal is good. He's under the light. So he 26. He only has 26. So yes, he doesn't have to do anything. I'm going to merge those Cure Light Wounds potions you have. You have 2 in 1, so I'm gonna make you 3. I'm gonna delete the other one. All right. That's another thing that I did with the other guy. So basically, you're gonna have to leave some stuff here, leave enough stuff behind, so that you're not encumbered. You could be encumbered if you want, but not all the time. Well, you could be encumbered all the time if you want, but you move slower, and maybe they were all there. Basically, if you're unencumbered, that's the easiest for us to do in terms of the rules, and also you don't get any penalties. So let me really quickly look at SAFs. So we said that West Signal doesn't have that problem. SAF does have. SAF has to get rid of at least 50% of what he's carrying. The main problem with him is that, let's see what strength. He's got 13 strength, which is not bad. But his armor weighs 40 pounds, and he has to stay under 50 pounds. So his armor takes up almost everything. Wait, no. No, he's carrying a chainmail and a scale mail. Which one are you wearing? You're wearing the chainmail. So the
I
chainmail,
think I'm wearing the chainmail because I got it later. The scale mail was my original thing, so I need to probably not carry that.
yeah. So one thing we could do is, let's see, if we put the scale mail as not carried, yes. If we put it as not carried, then immediately your encumbrance drops. So you need to drop it down another 20. The Morning Star, for example, is 6 pounds, and the flail is another 5, and then you have a buckler, another 5. So all those weapons. So you have to choose first of all between the Morning Star and the flail.
I've been using the Morning Star, so I'd probably keep using that. So I
All right. I dropped the
don't know where I got the
flail.
flail, but yeah.
All right. So now you're down to 64. Okay. And what about the buckler? Do you use that?
I'm pretty sure I use that's a shield. Because the
It
Morning
says that.
Star's one-handed, so I think I've got the buckler in the other hand.
Let me see if the Morning Star. Yeah, simple one hand and the torch. Zalaris Harrowdeck is one. How
Yeah,
about
I
you
don't have
give
to carry
Zalaris
that. I was just
Harrowdeck? You
using
can
it
give
last
that
time,
to
that's all.
Y Signal, who is
Yep.
under encumbered. So I'm just going to drop that in his inventory. That's it. He's still well under, so he can still take a couple of things like that if necessary. One heavy item that you get rid of is the scholar's outfit is 6 pounds. That costs a lot. So we were trying to figure out with the guys the other day if wearing the armor, does that mean you're naked under it, or you see what I'm saying? And I think we looked at some pictures. For example, if you look at some pictures of chainmail, it looks like you have to wear clothes under it. Otherwise, you have the chain just brushing up against your. So we're looking for because the math doesn't add up. Like let me see. On the other hand, maybe you should be encumbered, because if you are encumbered, light encumbers is up to 99 pounds. So that would put you easily in your. Otherwise, you will never be able to carry anything, like any treasure or anything. You would just carry your chainmail.
Is it between 50 and 99 is light, or is it
Yes, between
0
50 and
to?
99. Yes, yes. The
Okay, then
ideal
I
will be to
should be
be under
okay.
light, under light. So the
Yeah.
ideal will be 49 and lower. But that seems to be for almost everyone, but the strongest people. That seems to be impossible.
Yeah.
In that case, we don't have to worry. So you have. I would put. You will be wearing the scholar's outfit, and you would be wearing the chainmail, and you'd be carrying the buckler, and you'd be carrying everything basically.
A scholar's outfit under chainmail seems ridiculous. I think you'd usually just wear a simple tunic just so your chest hair and shit doesn't get matted up in the chains.
All right. In that case, would they have a tuning in there? Let me look at the items. They do have no Pathfinder. In the base book, they don't seem to have a tunics. And then there's a snakeskin tunic in Rise of the Rune Lord for some reason, and also in the ultimate equipment. Let me see what that does. Snakeskin. It's actually a magic item, and it goes to 8,000 GP. So yeah, forget about that.
I mean,
Also,
aren't these sort of like basic? Like you don't have to buy a pair of underpants, right? Like
of
some of
course
these
you do.
basic
Now
things.
that you reminded me, yes, the underpants.
Ultimate underwear.
Okay, so you're saying that the scale mail comes with, um, the under the shirt thing. Okay, fair enough. In that case, he doesn't have to carry the scholar's outfit. That would drop him down to 57. I still don't see any way for him, because merely the chainmail, that's 40, plus the morning star, that's
Yeah.
6, plus the buckler, that's 51. Merely those three things put him above light, put him in light. He's lighting. So
Yeah.
then,
And I think
he
I'd rather
also,
keep them.
and then he would also have to, have a potion or two, and torch, stuff like that. He needs to have them. I don't see how he can. The only way that he could stay under light is if he had not the chainmail, like something lighter, lighter. But then he will never be able to have like plate mail or anything like that. Like if he goes to like really heavy armor, he's gonna be encumbered, and like everybody will be encumbered. Like almost like maybe Arnold would, but every normal person, if he's wearing heavy armor, is gonna be encumbered. So it doesn't seem we can get rid of that. We just have to figure out the. Let me look at Pathfinder encumbers. Okay, so light load 50 pounds or less. So he can carry up to 50. And the effects are light doesn't seem to have an effect. Yes. But now he's medium. He's a medium. So he moves at 20 feet. Let me see if that's automatically applied on his. I doubt it. Yes, it is automatically. So his movement is 20 feet. Wait, let me see. If I take off the armor, would that go to 30? And yes, it went to 30. That's pretty cool. So, yes, the movement speed is 30. Run X4, I'm not sure what that means. Check penalty -3. So, the load affects his maximum dexterity bonus to AC. All right. So, the maximum is +3 with medium. So he has no bonus anyway. So that makes no difference to him. So the only thing we haven't figured out is the check penalty. To what kind of checks does he get that? It's -3. It says it works like an armor check penalty. But I don't know how that works. So I'm gonna Google that. I see. So the armor check penalty penalizes any skills that are strength or dexterity based. So you wouldn't have a problem with a knowledge check, basically, but you would have. How do you keep that in mind, though? Like you would have a problem, you would have that penalty of -3 on, I suppose, ride, stealth, swim, stuff like that, climb.
I think, yeah, I think it's automatically applied because if you
Is it?
look at my skills, it's all yeah, like swim and climb and stuff is all -6. Yeah, swim's
I see, I
-5,
see.
stealth's -6. So
Okay,
I think
let's
the
do a quick
armor
check.
penalty is automatically applied
Swim is -5 right now. So I'm
because
going to
otherwise it would be like
unequip.
0 or +1.
Okay, I'm going to unequip.
Yep.
Swim +1. All right. So that's pretty cool. We don't even have to think about it then. Which also means
Yeah, now
that
it's +1, so that definitely.
that
Yeah,
means
that
that we
means it's
haven't
been
made any
applying this whole
mistakes.
time.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't made any mistakes. Oh, and it says that there's a little window there. It says
Yeah.
skill check minus spell fail. Spell fail. Have we been doing this?
So I looked that up. So that would apply if I was an arcane spellcaster, but all my spells are divine, so it doesn't apply.
Right. Where do you see that?
In the book, it was on
Yeah,
page 140, I think.
Okay, let me check.
Hold on. What did I say? I mentioned a page number. Page 150.
Yes, it's
So
specifically
there's,
called
yeah,
arcane
arcane
spell
spell
failure
failure
chance.
chance. So it wouldn't apply to me or Dino because all our spells are divine, but it would apply to like wizards and sorcerers and stuff,
Okay, who don't wear it anyway?
which is
So
why one of the reasons they can't wear armor. Well, they can, but it would screw their spellcasting up.
and what is the max stat? The max stat armor, I think that's yeah, that's probably a dexterity thing. So the only problem then, it seems to be the main problem for being encumbered like you are now is you're just gonna move slower. Keep in mind, you're also gonna move slower in the exploration phase. You know, so don't
Yep.
ever give me more than 20 at a time.
Yep.
Yeah. So now you are, 7 pounds above light, and you have, you have quite some runway ahead of you. You have another 40 something that you can
Yep.
carry. Right, and we solved the issue with the chainmail. Stuff like that comes with, whatever underwear necessary. As for the harrow deck that you gave to ysignal, I think it makes more sense. Wait, you have detect magic too, right? You have detect magic too.
Yep.
Let me see your spellcraft skill. It's
I
plus
think
5, and his
his is better.
spellcraft. His is plus 8. So it makes more sense. Well, it's the Lara casting it basically. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if there's any advantage to him keeping the hero deck rather than you. But if it's the Lara's check, then it makes no difference which of you solving it.
But does the Harrow deck cast Identify, or does it perform the
Yes,
identification?
it casts it. It casts it itself.
So who gets the bonus? Because normally if I cast Identify, I get the bonus, right? And then you
Look,
identify
you can
things.
cast Identify once a day or whatever, and the Lara's hero deck can cast it 3 times. You're two different people.
Yeah,
You
but what
don't
I'm
get
saying
the
is, I
bonus.
thought that identifying an item was separate to casting Identify. I thought Identify just gave you a bonus. Or are
I
the two
see.
things connected?
I see. No, I see what you're saying. She can cast Identify for anyone who holds the deck. So she can give the bonus. I see what you're saying. She can give the bonus. So there still has to be a human who casts detect magic. Let me read again the description for the millionth time. Detect magic is probably the most fucking complicated spell in the game. So detect magic sends me to the description of spellcraft, of the spellcraft skill. Yes. Yes. So it seems to be. Yes, she casts Identify for you. So you still have to be able to cast detect magic yourself. That means that the three checks, the The 3 identifiers that Saf did yesterday were his identifiers. Let me go back. Yes, he cast detect magic 3 times. And he rolled 28, 28, and 16. See, he just rolled 1d20 plus 10 instead of what he should have been rolling is his spellcraft. In which case, he would have gotten his plus 5. So those numbers, all those numbers should be plus 5 on top of that. Okay, I'm gonna make a note on my phone to fix it.
It sounds like I should carry the deck because I probably have the
you have a
highest
bigger.
spellcraft.
Saf's 3 identifies from session 9 should have his spellcraft bonus added. So with the bonus added, he rolled 33, 25, and 21. And let me look at those 3 items. And those 3 items were Oil of Keen Edge. So first was Oil of Keen Edge, which has a caster level 5. So that would be 15 plus, I think it's 5 divided by 15. Right, the first one 100% he got it, the Oil of Keen Edge, 100%. The second one is the Obsidian Wand of Magic Missiles. Let's see. Who has the Wand of Magic Missiles? Oh, it's somebody else. It's not... Oh, I think it was Kiro that got it. Yes. And that caster level 1. So that would be very easy. That would be 16 to identify. And he rolled, 25. And then finally, the third one is the Silver Sheen. Who's the Silver Sheen? Probably Kiro again.
Sorry, me again. What?
Do you have the Silver Sheen? There's a magic. Yeah, I'm looking for a crystalline vial that has the Silver Sheen.
No vial and no silver in my inventory.
Alright, maybe Saf has it. Crystalline vial, it says here.
Yep. Yep,
Silver
I
Sheen.
have it.
Yeah, you have to actually click on it. It's a magical face. Right, so that is caster level 5. So that would be about 17 to roll, and he rolled 16 plus 12. Oh, yeah, so he definitely identified everything. Okay, at least I got that off my chest. Whatever. Yeah, we're bogged down on this shit now, but there's no way around it. We have to do it. It's like multiple things on top of each other. One thing that definitely screws us over is that there's just so much stuff you took from Gedrin. That's definitely one thing. But we're almost at the end now. All right. So to return now to Saf with his encumbrance. It's all done. It's all calculated. I don't see any issues there. So being encumbered is not such a big deal, at least up to medium. All right, let's look now on Kirox, how encumbered he is. Yeah, and he's encumbered above medium. So we want to try to bring that down to medium. I'm looking at the cool. First of all, then, he's wearing studded leather, right? So I'm going to remove the traveler's outfit. I'm going to put it not carried. So not everything that says not carried means that it's at the lodgings. Then he has two sets of thieves' tools. Thieves' tools and thieves' tools common. I don't know if there's a difference between them.
I picked one of those up off. Was it the cutthroats? Cutpurse.
Must be.
Just to sell. And I'd actually planned on selling my main one because the first thing I want to buy is the higher quality ones.
All right. Let me look at the cut purse to see what did he have on him. So he has thieves' tools. No, yeah. His are the thieves' tools. Yours are the thieves' tools common. So I'm gonna make his then not carried. And then you have the sword, studded leather, a wooden stick. Where does that come from? A wooden stick.
It was something to. Was that
okay.
the one before we identified it?
Yes. I wonder where you got that. Oh, must have been again the cut purse. Must have been again. Let me check. This is magical. If it was magical, it would have come up in, but it might be alchemical. And I still
it was
haven't
next
seen
to a vial of something, and I think we were meant to spread it. Man, it's been a while. I don't remember.
No, that was on the cut purse. You got the small the stick from the cut purse. So I'm just gonna put here where it says wooden stick. I'm just gonna put cut purses wooden stick. I don't know why you picked it up. Like, okay, well, he was carrying it.
You specifically told me to pick it up and said I shouldn't be giving you hints, but you need to pick this up because.
All right. Okay, so you're not carrying it now. It's a half a pound. It's in the lodgings, and then you have a sap. The sap is okay, you're carrying it, so you can hit people with it, I guess. Then you have the. So, are you using the rapier or the short sword?
Where is the short sword? Where did that come out of?
It sounds like it came. Well, it sounds like it came from some loot or something. So I'm gonna make it not carried. So the rapier is the one we're using, and then yeah. So you have a studded leather on you, and you also have the masterwork studded leather. So I'm supposing that the studded leather again is not carried. So that's gonna solve immediately the encumbrance problem. You're carrying a lot of other crap. Bolt, crossbow. So the arrows, the normal arrows, you don't need them, right? Because you don't shoot a normal.
Correct.
So you're carrying.
Which also means I don't need the composite longbow.
You're carrying
2 daggers.
10. You're carrying crossbow bolts 10 and bolts, crossbow 10. So those are the same thing, I think. But I'm gonna leave both of them on. Heavy crossbow. Yeah.
So I've got a dagger, Gadrin's dagger, and a masterwork dagger.
Yeah. At this point, look. You're medium encumbrance between light and medium. You're medium, yeah, you're medium. And it doesn't look like you can drop it below medium. So at this point, you may as well carry all the daggers. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not
Yeah.
gonna go any lower. I don't see. Let me see. You're carrying a mug tankard. Okay, so you're carrying a heavy crossbow and a masterwork crossbow, hand crossbow. Is there any reason? Do you need both?
No, I started with the heavy crossbow, and I think the masterwork one does it do less damage? I can't remember.
I'm looking at them now. Heavy crossbow and masterwork crossbow. So the heavy crossbow has 120 feet range. The other one has 30 feet range. It's a huge difference. 120 to 30. It's a huge difference. And the heavy crossbow does 1d10 damage, and the hand crossbow does 1d4. It's
I think the advantage of the smaller one is it can be fired with one hand, but I don't have any of the dual wielding feats, so that's not particularly useful to me.
loading the heavy crossbow is a full round action that provokes attacks of opportunity. So you have to send
Whereas,
it in, and the other one you can draw a hand crossbow back by hand. Loading hand crossbow is a move action that provoke. So they both provoke attacks of opportunity when you're loading them, but one of them is a full round action. The other one is a move action.
it seems like the heavy crossbow would be more versatile.
It does look like if you could carry both of them, what I would do is I would fire the heavy crossbow in the first round, and then I would drop it, and the rest of the game, the rest of the battle, I would use the hand crossbow. You see what
Does
I'm
the
saying?
hand crossbow come loaded if I do that, or do I have to? Like, it's a move action to take it out. Is it another move action to reload it, or is it loaded?
It looks like, first of all, the question is, can you carry it around loaded? And I think, yeah, you can. I don't see why you couldn't. And
I
then
can
it
think of a
takes,
couple of reasons.
what's that?
I can think of a couple of reasons. Had to go off in your pocket? Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah. You can draw. No, I mean, I imagine, a trigger of a hand crossbow, of a heavy crossbow, will take a lot of, it wouldn't be a, no, it wouldn't be a danger of it going off or anything. So yeah, as
Yeah,
long
I'll
as you
carry
can,
both.
as long as you can carry it. I can see, for example, having the, let's say you know that you're going into a fight, you're gonna be, you're gonna charge through a door or something. I would charge in with a heavy crossbow. I would fire it, and then I would drop it and pull out the other one from. When you're walking around town, both of them will be slung on your back, and then when you know that there's gonna be a fight, you pull out the heavy crossbow. The hand crossbow is way more expensive because of masterwork, so it's 400 GP. The other one is just 50 GP.
Right. Yeah, I'll carry both for now.
All right.
I swear this is the third time we've had this conversation.
Yeah, it's no. I don't actually remember this exact conversation, but well, as regards to the the encumbrance, yeah, how much stuff you can carry. But before, what I was trying to do before, I was trying to keep everybody under light, and I realized that it doesn't
It's
make any
not
sense.
practical.
It's not practical. It doesn't make any sense. That's not how the game is made.
Yep.
Maybe some characters can get away with it, like the wizard, because he's not carrying anything and he doesn't have armor. But you cannot, eventually people are gonna need, heavy full plate armor and stuff like that. They're not gonna be able to stay light forever. So you may as well not try to force it.
Right.
So you're good now. You have 46 pounds. You're way, you have another 20 you could carry if you wanted to. And there will be times, you'll be loaded with gold and stuff like that, or honestly.
Yeah, 20 is a good buffer zone. I think we can leave it there, can we?
Yeah, you can leave it there. I'm just looking at if you're carrying stuff that's that's not shouldn't be on your character basically.
The mug tankard, I guess I can leave that in the room. I'll just uncarry it.
Yeah, so just click until do it yourself. Click until it says not
Done.
carry. All right, next. Wait, Have I finished?
One last thing, can I get rid of all these keys I don't need anymore?
Let me look at the keys.
Well, I vaguely remember they're all for the fisheries. They're just taking up space in my inventory and they'll cause confusion down the line.
Okay, how many are they though? Because I only see brass key here. Do you see any others?
Rusty iron key.
Rusty iron key and brass key. Yeah.
I mean, if there's going to be confusion, can't we just add something to the name?
First of all,
not?
I identified the rusty iron key for you. So now it says rusty iron key old fishery. So now it's not confusing.
Okay,
You see what I'm
never
saying?
mind that. I'll just
And,
uncarry them.
And it says unlocks the strongbox in area A14. Yeah, I think you've already used that. And then there's the brass key. Let me look at that, where that's from. Yes, I can also identify this one for you. And it says this key opens all doors in the fishery. So you have one key that opens all doors in the fishery, and you have another one that opens the strongbox, which I think you've already opened. I think that's you got some stuff from there. So now both keys say old fishery, so they're not confusing, and it makes sense for the thief to, unless you want to throw them away, or look, neither of them are carried right now. Yeah, both of them are in your in your lodgings, in the box or whatever, or in the corner under the bed or something. So that's done, and now we move to Dino.
Oh.
Dino carries the bulk of the items because he has the most. He can carry up to 173 pounds at medium encumbrance. Let me see if he has both bows now. He has the short bow, but does he also have the long bow? I don't think so. Does he? No. I think this is still. Okay, the long bow is still in Kirok, so I'm going to drop that to yes. Okay, so we don't have an encumbrance problem with actually. Dino could stay under light if you wanted to, because he can carry so much. Like, he's only 4 pounds above now, so we could easily make him. Like, for example, the rope that he carries. If you just didn't carry that rope, on the other hand, rope does come in handy every now and then. Let's see if there's something that's like, for example, the Darkwood coffer, with the shiver inside. There's no reason for him to be carrying that. So, boom, he's not carrying it anymore. It's in his inventory, but it's not carried. So
What about the padded armor?
What else?
Gadrin's padded armor. It's 10 pounds.
Exactly. You don't need that. So now you're under. But let's keep looking. So what are you gonna? Are you gonna carry both the bows with you? Let me see what your strength. So your bonus is +3. That means that ideally, with the +3, you can use the longbow composer without any penalty. However, the short bow is magical, so you don't know what kind of magic it is. Maybe it's better. And you're carrying all the treasures. So I'm gonna start all the treasure. The Cheliax coat of arms. I'm gonna drop that. The Kraken Crimshow. Obviously, also the explorer's outfit, because you're not wearing it. So those outfits, you're supposed to be wearing them when you're not wearing armor, right? So for the most time, what kind of armor you're wearing? Scale mail. Right. So you guys, with all that money that you have now, you could buy him some much better armor. He can probably buy him full plate. Let me check. How much does full plate cost? Full plate. It's probably a few hundred. Full plate. Corals. Oh, okay, it's 1,500. But I think if you sell some stuff, you could get 1,500. So yeah, keep carrying the rope. You're carrying an oil. What kind of oil is this? It's just a normal adventuring oil that burns or whatever. The bows, your great sword, grappling hook. Which I suppose, if you're carrying a rope, you might want the grappling hook as well. You're carrying Gedrin's ledger, which again, you can leave it home unless you want to carry it specifically, to show it to somebody or whatever. Backpack. Yes, and everybody should have backpacks. So let's do this now. Does everybody have backpacks?
I've got one.
Hero has backpack. Yes, it looks like everybody does have backpacks here, except ysignal doesn't have one. So
Yeah, I've got one.
I'm going to buy one for ysignal. Buying it now means that he had it from the beginning. It's from Pathfinder Core Rules, backpack common, right there, and it costs. It costs 2 GP. It's not cheap, so I'm gonna take that out. So now he has 69 GP. All right. It'd be nice if there was a way to like store items in locations so that there will be an inventory for this location where we drop all the stuff inside. You know what we could do? We could make a character. I can make an NPC that's named Lodgings, and we just drop on his inventory. It's just a blank NPC, no stats, no anything, and you would drop all items on him. Because if we put them on the party sheet, the other thing we could do is put the items on the party sheet. But then if you have several locations, or if you come across a new treasure, it would get confusing. But if you have one character, I'm gonna do that at some point in the future. So then that would take a lot of items out of your inventory, and it would make it much easier to know what's where. All right, so now Dino is way below his light and congruence, so he has no problems there. Okay, so we solved all this for everybody. So we're going back now to the last thing we have to do is the identify of these 3 items.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, we started before the identifier. We're just trying to do the auras now. So we're going back to the short bow again. That here we go, the short bow. All right, so I have to figure out this short bows. Oh, I have it here. I don't have to figure anything out. So I'm typing the whispered message to my signal. The short bow. Right. The short bow has a faint aura, but you fail to determine its cool because you rolled only 10. And the next one, you rolled 23. The next one is the dagger, Gidder's dagger. Let's look at Gidder's dagger. Right. So this is 15 plus half of the caster level. That's probably rounded down. So that will be 17, and you rolled 23. So you got everything from the dagger. Right, and finally, padded armor. Oh, padded armor. Gedris padded armor. Who has this? It's gotta be, maybe it's Dino has this armor? Yes,
Yeah.
Gedris padded armor.
Yeah.
So you roll 22 for that. And it's 15 plus. Okay, so you got everything from that too. Right. At last, I sent all the details by whisper to ysignal. You don't have to tell them anything. You're still doing your job. So what you need to do now is we need to move to the identify, which is spellcraft plus 10.
Can
So what
I
you do now?
use the deck first?
Yes, you're right. You're right. So you should type. What is the procedure? Saf did it last time. He said if you scroll down to the chat log at the bottom and you see a red line, he says, I use the heraldic to identify. Okay. No, don't do it this way. Yeah. So don't do it that way because there's an actual, instead of saying I use it, you should say here, it says, anyone who holds one of the cards of the deck to his forehead. So you should say, I hold Zalara's deck. No, I hold one of the cards. I hold one of the cards of Zalara's deck to my forehead. I hold one of the cards of Zalara's deck to my forehead.
It's control enter,
And
right?
hold on. Let me see how we would phrase it. So you hold it there, and then she casts identify for you, but you still have to. No, you're already casting. You've already cast. Yeah. So just hit Control Enter. Yeah. Right. And now she casts the identify, and you've already been casting, detect magic. So now, at the bottom left of the screen, add plus 10. That little modifier there. And then you're supposed to, don't do it yet though, you're supposed to roll spellcraft 3 times. Let me read the description real quick. Yeah, just go ahead and roll spellcraft 3 times. Oh, but you have to put the plus 10 every time. So
Okay.
put the plus 10 again. That's a horrible roll. Imagine having a plus 18 and you still only roll 22. It does make sense. Jesus fucking. It does make sense to do all this stuff in the morning, when you wake up, all this admin stuff. And we're learning a lot, so we're gonna get the hang of it eventually, someday. All right, so
It seems like there'd be a way to get all this done, like without all of us being online.
no, I don't think so because we went back and forth with all the inventories. It's just how it is, it takes a long time, and And now we're doing it at the beginning, but other times you'll be doing it in the middle of a dungeon or in the middle of a city or in the middle of, you have to do this stuff.
No, I don't mind. I'm just trying to think of if there's a way to streamline it.
You need fantasy grounds open, right? So it'd all need to be open.
You need me to identify anything. So there's no way for you to do it without me. And the identify doesn't happen, like it happens at different times. You might run the street into somebody and take something, just one item, and we have to do it on the spot. You can't. There's nothing that we're doing now that could be. Well, I mean, I could have sat 2 hours before and looked up the encumbrance and all that stuff on my own, but it's not fun. So I'd rather have company at least. And
No, I
also,
get it.
no, I don't know how to put it. Like, there's definitely a lot of stuff that I have to do outside the game on my own. But like, even if I had sat 2 hours before, I wouldn't be doing this stuff. Like, there's stuff that you guys don't know. Like, I have all these NPCs that are doing stuff now, and there's 3-4 different places you could go to, and I could prepare those places. That's stuff that you can't help me with. But this stuff you can help me with, because you guys look in the book and you tell me the page, and stuff like that, or maybe you know the answer to something already, and but you cannot help me prepare the next dungeon or the next NPC. You can't. So that stuff I have to do on my own. Right. Plus, we're all learning at the same time. Like, just you sitting here and listening to me drone on about encumbrance or about the spell level. Everybody's learning at the same time, and that will definitely speed things up later. So I'm looking now. I want to see if the identify succeeds. So the identify, yeah, it's 15 DC plus items caster level. Okay, so I have to look at the 3 items again, and one after the other. So first we have the bow, the sable. Okay, so for the bow, it's 15 plus the caster level. Okay, so you did get the bow. Even though it's a terrible roll. So again, I am whispering. Okay, so the bow's down. Then we have the dagger. And you got the dagger too. Trying to figure out how so the dagger is a dagger +1, but how does the book, does it say +1 dagger or dagger +1? Yeah, they put the number before. In the old days, they would put the number after. Now it's a +1. Okay, the dagger is a +1 dagger. So as I identify them, now you can see it in your inventory. Kirog. And also the short bow. So now if you look in your inventory, Dino, you can see the short bow identified. It's a +1 short bow.
Yeah.
So it's +1 and +2 strength. So that means, I think that means that it gets +1 to attack and then +3 damage. That's what I think. But anyway, which, yeah, then you have to consider which is better. Then is the short bow or the long bow? But they have different advantages and disadvantages. In any case, we don't have to think about them right now because you're not going to use it right now. But it's something to look. Like, for example, let me give you an example. What Dino could do is, after we play, he could look in the book and he could figure out on his own which of the two bows is better under which circumstances. Instead of course, it would help if Fantasy Grounds was on all day because, after we close down Fantasy Grounds, maybe he won't remember his exact inventory. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to put all this stuff in World Anvil. So you're going to have your character in World Anvil with all his inventory. And while we play, let's say you get a new weapon, right? I'll give you that weapon in Fantasy Grounds, but you will manually add it yourself to your World Anvil character. So you're going to have basically two character sheets that you'll be updating the whole game. And then that means that after we shut up Fantasy Grounds, you'll have all your stuff in World Anvil. All right. And now let's do the armor, which the armor... Who has the armor? We said, I think the armor is again Dino. All right, so that will be 15 plus. Yes, the armor you failed. You failed by very little. Right. So the boys, and you fail to identify Gedron's battle armor. So these +1 weapons give us they give us a little problem. Like, you cannot tell the guys that this is a +1 dagger. So in that case,
Like,
the
what's this
easiest way
plus?
to do
Is
it...
that the attack
What?
bonus? What's the +1 mean?
The +1, as if I remember correctly, is both to attack and to damage. When it's a magical weapon, the plus goes both to attack and to damage. So the way to do it right now is ysignal should just type, I tell the others...
So, sorry, before you do that, so when it says +1, does that come from like a specific type of magical effect? Like, that I don't know because I failed the aura check? But I did get the aura check I got evocation. But like, when it says +1, does that come with any description? Like, comes from, I don't know, shoots lightning or something? I don't know. Some kind of effect, or is it?
It's in these games, +1 dagger means just +1 to damage and to attack. It doesn't give
And it's
you...
just a magical property. Is that true?
Yes,
Okay.
but when you see, like, because you already seen that it has an evocation. Evocation is generally attack, right?
Yeah.
So when you see that the dagger has an evocation aura, it's probably a plus.
Okay.
So it could be a plus, but it's faint. So faint could be +1, +2, around there. If it was strong evocation, it could be +10, 5, or 6 or something.
So I can tell the guys that it's imbued with magic that make it more damaging. Doesn't sound good, but some way of saying that, right? That
in this case, we have an easy way out. You can just say that I tell the others what I gleaned about the items.
Right. Okay, makes sense.
And then hit Control Enter. And now all items, if I remember correctly, are so now all the items are identified in their inventory, so they themselves can go and they can see all the details. I just want to make sure. Have I removed the? Yes, I haven't. I remove it now. Don't look for a second, because I am removing the prices. All this stuff costs a shitload of money, so if you started selling it, so from the magical auras, let me see. It would be best to consolidate these notes. Gedron's loot, it says here, and there's another one. Where's the one? Is it general notes? No. Is it loot? There's one that says loot, right? Oh wait, that's dinos. Where's the one with all the loot? Yes.
For the
Gedron's
notes,
loot.
there's another one. There's Gadron's loot, and then there's magical auras.
All right. The one that says loot is just dinos, and it's not updated. So I'm gonna delete that, so that will be easier for us. Okay. So we have one that says Gedron's loot, but at this point, okay, I'm gonna do something else. Where the one that says Gedron's loot, I'm just going to rename it to loot, and then there will be a section that says Gedron's loot, so you know where the stuff is coming from. And then there's no reason for the sample components. I'm going to delete this, and then the dagger. You've figured. So the only thing I'm going to leave there is Gedron's padded armor. Oh wait. Okay. The question is Gedron's padded armor part of his loot? Yeah, sure.
No,
Sure.
so there's two sets. The Gadron's loot was the like quest items
The stuff.
that
Yeah,
came
I get
from
it.
the
I get
box.
it. So first of all, I'm gonna delete the magical auras thing completely. You don't need it anymore. Okay, so you're only left with the loot, and you have the unidentified. I'm gonna put unidentified at the unidentified at the top, and then there's two sections in the loot. One is unidentified, and then the other is Gedron's loot. Yeah, because the thing with the Gedron's loot is that as far as the paladin is concerned, that stuff doesn't belong to you. So the Gedron's armor, it's fair enough. You killed him, you got his armor, it's yours. But the rest of the stuff is gonna be some issue with that.
Yeah, the short bows Sable companies.
Yes. So let me actually. How should we? I can put a parenthesis. Sable Marines. So I'm gonna put next to the short bow Sable Marines in a parenthesis, and then Gedron's. Yeah, it has it there. And then let me see in the dagger. Okay, in the dagger I'm gonna put in a parenthesis. Gedron's. Not that it makes a difference for the dagger, but I'm putting it there. So we're all good. Looks like we're finally done.
So wait a minute.
And the Gedron's padded armor, you can put next to it that it has, instead of magical, I'm going to fix it there. You can put faint abjuration. Okay.
Did we? Oh yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Right. So I also have appraise. I'm sure you don't want to like appraise every item in the inventory.
Yes, yes, that's what I want to do on a Saturday night.
But can we like do something like use that to get like the top 2 most valuable items or something? Because we need to
But
sell
see,
something.
I don't know which ones they are. I still have to look at all of them. You see what I'm saying? When
Right.
you ask, like, I'm not a computer.
Can you
So
guess?
right now, it wouldn't make any difference. Like, there's some of them that are like thousands of GP, right? Not, it wouldn't make any difference because you can't sell them unless you find, unless you go out and find someone. It would make sense though. Like, if you're actually going out to find someone to sell, you don't want to carry everything with you, right? So you want to decide what you're gonna take.
Yeah. I was
It
thinking we
does
could
make
just take
sense.
pick like one item and try it, see if we run into a store.
Well, let's see how easy it is. We haven't looked at this. Is this an ability appraise? Where is it?
It's a
Yes, it is.
skill.
I don't think we've ever used it, so let me take a look at it. This check has to be done hidden, because if you fail by a lot, I'm going to give you a wildly inaccurate value. Yeah. So if you wanna see the most valuable item in the hoard, in the treasure hoard, it's a DC 30. It's normally DC 20, but it says for a particularly large hoard, and well, I don't know what it means. Particular, does it mean like a dragon's hoard, or it is?
I don't know if I would
Okay,
call this a
so
horde.
yeah, I wouldn't go to hoard. Yes, okay, so it's 20. So for a DC 20, let's see, appraising takes one starter action, takes one full run, so that doesn't matter. It's just a few seconds. Additional attempts to appraise and reveal the same result. What does that mean? You know what that means? That means that you only get one chance per item. So that means we have to write it down when you do it. Dwarves
It's
get a
one chance per
+2.
item per level, right?
No, in this case, okay, fair enough. You can say that he leveled, so now he knows more. I see what you're saying. It depends. Like, does his number change? Like, maybe if his bonus hasn't changed, I don't know. It doesn't explain here. In any case, we're gonna keep track of these. We're gonna have another note that will say that he tried the appraise, and then I'm gonna Google it and see what other GMs think, because it's a gray area about the try again. Okay, so the special doesn't apply. All right, let's try the generic one first, the one that you roll. So go ahead and
But
type
if it has to be
what?
done, like you have to roll it, right? Isn't that true?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. I roll it. I'm just thinking whether you know what the problem now is. The problem is that all these items had their values in their, but I deleted them. Most of them, I deleted them so you guys wouldn't see them. So now, if I want to see the values of these items, I think I know what I can do. Yeah, I can go to the. Let me see. You know what I would have to do? I would have to go to the map. The thing is, I think I removed them from the map. Yeah, I think that's what I did. To give them to you. From the treasure parcel. Let me see. Let me look at the parcels. Treasure. Gator's Den. Yeah, I removed all of it. See, instead of just giving you his treasure, I wanted to do it more. I deleted it from so that it's not. So now, if you go back to his den, you won't find the stuff there because you took it. If I had left it there, it would be much easier for me to. So I think that means. You know what I would have to do to get the values? I would have to, because the values. Let me see. Are they? Are they in the book? They should be in the book, right? Appendix 16. Equipment and magic. Let's look. Let's say you find the most expensive item. What are you going to do with it? You going to try to go sell it?
Keep it honest and try to sell it while we're out.
Look, the most expensive item for sure is the Queen's brooch. You see what I'm saying? Like you,
Yeah, I mean, we
I
can't
think
really
it
sell
even,
that.
it even says that in the description that there's one item that stands apart from the rest, etc., etc. So
So maybe I take
there's your
that out
answer
of.
right there.
Maybe I pull that out of the horde and then appraise the rest of them.
Throw it out, put it on the bed so that it doesn't. All right. Yeah, you definitely would have to pull it out because I would give you that as the reply. Okay, so type something that I look at all the items besides the brooch to determine which one is the most expensive. Right, and okay, I'm gonna put change. That should be an action. Change the
Yeah,
ball
sorry.
to action. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm building in a private note a list, pretty much all the items in order. Like at the top of your Gedron's loot is does that include like Gedron's padded armor? Do you want that and his? Do you want only his loot or also the stuff he was carrying?
Everything.
Right. So okay.
I mean, there are some things like the obsidian wand that Hirog already took, so we don't.
Do you want that as well?
Yeah,
or
we
no?
don't. I mean, we don't. We're not going to sell that, so we shouldn't
So
include
you're
that.
interested? Okay, okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to be asking you one item at a time. First of all, I've done already the oil of keen edge. I'm not going to do the obsidian one. Then we have this silver sheen. So let me look at the silver sheen.
Actually, it makes no sense. If we do the loot thing, we're just going to end up with an argument with Dino.
Exactly.
And that's
exactly.
and
That's
I think the plan is like we'll just kick that can down the road for a bit. And
we're
we'll
not going to
try
have any fun today, basically.
Yeah.
We're not going to have any fun. Just go out and kill somebody. Go out and attack
So maybe
somebody.
so take the Gator's loot out and just whatever we have that's loose, like the armor, the dagger.
Look, I've already started doing it, and it doesn't seem like too hard a job. And I think that after I've done it, it won't be that hard to just roll 20 times of praise. Once I have all the price in front of me,
Okay.
I've already done 2. 3 if you count the obsidian one. So let me continue.
Okay.
I'm doing now the narrow teak cigar case. Teak. So there we go. So narrow. Anyway, the thing is, all this stuff had to be done anyway. So even if this session is bogged down, that just means that the next session is going to go super fast. So whatever. We've already been through so much. You know, we're trying to play this game for 3 years now. So
It makes me nostalgic for when reviews would mention load times back before SSDs came out.
yeah, exactly. That is exactly right. Okay, now I'm doing the ingot. Let's see. It says a 2-pound gold ingot bearing the Cheliax coat of arms. Yeah. Don't we have 2 ingots? Because is it another one? 2-pound.
We have an ingot and a crown.
Let's see.
I think there was a confusion over what the fact that it's not a nugget. There was some. It was written as nugget or something. It's somewhere, and that maybe
Yeah.
that's the confusion.
Yes. Right, I got this one. Gold ingot. Okay. Next is a miniature gold crown. Miniature gold crown. Right, next, the Kraken. The other guys that are in Sandpoint, they're they went to have some dinner, and the dinner was like a few silver pieces extra, and they're so poor that they're like, okay, we can't eat here again. And you guys have like thousands of gold, but they're definitely counting pennies over there.
Can we mail them some money?
Yeah, you need to mail them some.
True persistent.
Well, you're not that far.
persistent
You're
world.
not that far, actually. I think
How
it's like
are
a
we
week.
relative in the timeline? Are they at the same time as us?
No, you are a few weeks, like 2-3 weeks, something like that, ahead of them.
Okay,
Right.
so if we send it
So
now, it'll arrive in Sandpoint for them, in 6 months' time or whatever.
yeah, something like that. When everything is over. A silver ring bearing the inscription for it, the light of my life. So the silver ring. Let me see. Silver ring with inscription. Right. That's done. And then the Sakubai. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Succubi.
An ivory figurine. All right. That's done. The throwing star. Instead of saying shuriken, I said of Eastern origin. See,
Do they have like Asians in the East in this world?
Oh yeah, they have. There's a whole. They're actually making an adventure path that is full. Takes a whole year, and they're making it right now. Like starting releasing it, I think, in a couple of months. And they hired something like 40 Asian people to work on it. Because in the old days, in the 80s and the 90s, there were in the Forgotten Realms there is an Asian area, but they were all white guys writing it, and they called it Oriental Adventures. And now, if you try to go to the forum in Paizo and type Oriental, they will tell you that it's an outdated term. Don't use it anymore unless it's for rugs. So if you're saying Oriental rugs, it's fine. But for anything else, it's highly offensive. You're supposed to say Asian. And they hired all these Asian. But the thing is, the guys overseeing everything are still white people. So the guys that decided that they will make an Asian AP are white people, and it's again James Jacobs is overseeing everybody, and it's again the white people who are writing out the whole thing, like the outline, and then they bring in the Asians to fill in, the little, even just to make a magical item or to draw stuff. And you know what? I took a look at because they're going to release two source books. So it's going to be the adventure path, and then it's going to be two hardcover books with the details and stuff like that. And I looked at it, and it looks good. Like, I think their contributions are, because since they're Asians, they know more about folklore, Asian folklore, and they know more about stuff like that,
Right.
But still, none of them would have decided to do this adventure path, and would have like the, you still need those experts to weave it into the world and all that stuff, But I think it's a good job. And then one day, you know what they're gonna do? One day they're gonna say, okay, now we're gonna put an Asian to design the entire adventure path, and then that's not gonna be very good. Because if it was gonna be good, wouldn't the Asians have their own role-playing games? Wouldn't they have their own companies that make this stuff? So for the time being, everything's good. But when they put them in charge, then things are gonna go, they're gonna go down. I think, unless there's always exceptions. Maybe you get somebody who's an exception of an exception. But the thing with being so focused on getting Asians is that you're in a rush to get somebody, so you end up filling in you're filling in with somebody who maybe shouldn't be there, instead of sitting back and giving it enough time, without being in haste or whatever. But in any case, I think these guys have a bunch of years, and like they're not gonna, the head guys are not gonna be retiring anytime soon, so we're good. So I was looking at.
I think there was an Asian themed one in first edition as well, like Jade Empire or something.
It's called Oriental Empires, Oriental
Yeah,
Adventures. And it's to the east of, and there is an adventure. There's no adventure, but there's just a trilogy. It's called Mud Monkey
Okay.
versus the Dragon Claw, I think it's called. I actually had it,
Okay.
and I looked inside it. The thing is, I was never too big on those things. You know why I was never too big? Because the Forgotten Realms is supposed to be another planet. So how come on that other planet the Asian guys are to the east, and the Native Americans are to the west, and the Arabs are to the south? How come everybody's exactly where they are on our planet? It doesn't make any sense. So
That's true.
I like the fact that there was all this this variety, and especially the Arab stuff, dude. The Arab stuff was called Al-Qadim. That was an Al-Qadim, and Al-Qadim was the very last addition to the Forgotten Realms before they basically sort of gave up on it. And because it was the last, the paper was the highest quality illustrated paper. Like, it was so much more expensive than everything else. The boxes that they came in was so expensive, and the typefaces, like, it was the most deluxe, and it looks good. It looked good. It looked like good stuff. It's just you have to get over the disbelief in your head. Why is it exactly where Saudi Arabia is now? Why is it the exact location that we're going around? And that's what they copied also for Pathfinder. The Pathfinder is the same thing. The Asians are to the east, and the Native Americans are to the west, and to the south you have the Africans and the Arabs. That's the only thing I don't like about the world of Pathfinder, that they copied over from the Forgotten Realms. They could have at least. Why don't you just move it? Move the Asians north or something. I don't know. But then it wouldn't make sense, because if you move the Asians north, wouldn't they have to wear different clothes?
Yeah,
Whereas
different
now,
climate and stuff. Like,
right now in the north, it's Vikings. The Vikings are in the north, but they look good there because they're Vikings and they're wearing furs and stuff like that. So, and also the Africans are to the south, and that looks good because the Africans are wearing light fabrics and colors and stuff like that. By the way, the African stuff looks very good here. Again, they got black people, and they got really good artists. I don't know if the artists actually are black. Like, I don't think the guys who draw the stuff are black, because the stuff is really, the illustrations are really good. But they got black people, for the folklore and all that stuff. And the adventure path, Strength of Thousands, is supposed to be very good. It's a magical school, and it takes a whole year. And the players are students it's like Harry Potter. They're students in the school, and they're taking over the school. But it says that you can play pretty much the whole thing without battles, like almost the whole thing if you want to. And that's very rare. Like for a whole adventure path, for like 6 adventures, it's very rare. So that's one of the reasons that I think that Dark Sun is a better setting, because Dark Sun, there's no Asians, no whites, no, it's different there. Like, even the races are different, and you would expect this in an alien world, in an alien planet. You would not expect to have Europeans, and you see what I'm saying. So that's why in Dark Sun, I don't have to like force myself to forget about. And then you have Greyhook and Dragonlance that are all European. Again, that makes more sense to me. It makes more sense to me to have. It would make more sense to me to have a whole planet that's Asian. And actually, there are a couple of. I think there is one that's all Arab, and there's another one that's. It's just that they're not very developed. Like, they don't have a lot of those. They don't have a lot of stuff made for them, because most people, when they think of fantasy, they think of Lord of the Rings, and Conan, which is European stuff. So
It does make it easier to remember the maps if the Asians are to the east, the blacks are to the south and shit.
But you don't have to remember it, because it takes so long to get there. Like, when are you going to go there?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, by the time you get to play one of those, there's very few. There's most of the content is European, right? There's very little content that's not European. Like, maybe one adventure path per different culture. And you're gonna play it once every 5 years. So you don't need to remember. It's not like an RTS or something like that, where yeah, definitely for me, Dragonlance makes more sense. Greyhook makes more sense. Forgotten Realms doesn't make that much. Like, that's the only negative really that Forgotten Realms has. And look, it was very welcome to have these different cultures, because before you only had Dragonlance, you only had Greyhook, and there's a couple more, and they all look European, all European. And suddenly, Forgotten Realms adds something that's not European, so obviously people like it, right? But it was a mistake to put them where they are. But it was difficult, if you look at it from their perspective, it was difficult to do anything else. Like, if you put the Arabs in the north, it makes no sense. How they're supposed to have deserts? How are you going to have deserts in the north? Unless but that's how you do. If you do it cool, if you do it cool, you do it like Dune. Where the whole planet is a desert, and yeah, it would definitely make more sense for me if they had a different planet per culture, and then even cooler though would be if instead of having copy paste cultures, if you blended them. So if you manage to, that would be the really imaginative stuff, where you take some aspects from the Asians and some aspects, say, from the Central Americans, and you blend them in such a way that it's hard for somebody to unblend them. And you have to also make it beautiful. Look, it's easy. If you're just copying Japanese culture, it's easy to make it beautiful. You just take the ninjas, the samurai, etc., etc. But if you're blending stuff, the chances are you're going to make something ugly, Frankensteinian. So to make something, to blend them and to make it beautiful, that takes genius. Like, you really have to be, talented.
Ultimate race mixing.
Yeah, and you can see that in Dark Sun, because when you look at Dark Sun, there's some aspects of the Middle East, there's some aspects of Europe, but you cannot really pinpoint them. And everything is beautiful. Like their armors are beautiful, and their weapons, all the armors are new, the weapons are new, the looks are new, the racer, everything is new, and everything is beautiful, and nothing is European, nothing is from Earth. And it feels like an alien planet. And even more awesome is that in the past of the planet, in the past, it used to be green. And as you go about the planet, you see the ruins of stone structures. And you can see that maybe in the past there's a European-like culture, but there's not enough left for you to be able to see what kind it was. And that's a huge draw during the adventures, because you come across these ruins and you think, are they going to give me more of the background? Can I discover more of the background? And while we were playing this in the 90s, we were expecting adventures, epic adventures to come out that would tell us about the past. But they never came out. They never came out because the world only lasted like 3-4 years, and then TSR went bankrupt. I haven't read all the stuff that exists, so maybe in the stuff that exists, they do give something out. But from the lower level stuff that I read, they don't show much. They keep it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't. It's been 30 years and they still haven't made anything better. That's how you know how difficult it was to make that. And they haven't even. Nobody has even tried. And then Paizo comes out, and they need variety. So they just copied what Forgotten Realms did, but they did it better. So definitely, even though Pathfinder, the structure of the planet is the same as Forgotten Realms, it's done better. So, for example, you have the Europeans in the middle, right? But in the Forgotten Realms, all the Europeans are the same. Like, wherever you go in the center, I never felt any difference between the Sword Coast or Cormyr in the middle or the Red Wizards. They all feel the same to me. But in Pathfinder, the different nations are very different, and they're taken. They have a one that looks like Spain, the other looks like the Pacific Northwest. I think Andorran is Greek because it's exactly where Greece is in the Mediterranean, and they invented democracy. That's what it says for Pathfinder. And then you have Taldor, which is Taldor. Some people say that it's like the Byzantine Empire. Other people say it's like Rome. Other people say it's hard. Other people say it has some French, some revolutionary France aspects as well. So it's a lot of stuff blended there in Taldor. And then you have the Vikings. You have fucking Conan with space lasers. In Numeria, it has. So definitely, like, even just within the Europeans, it has like 100 times more diversity in Pathfinder. That's really the only thing that I don't like about Pathfinder. And as far as the Egyptians go, apparently the Egyptians in Pathfinder came from the actual Egypt. That's why their gods, some of their gods are the same gods they had in, I don't know, Osiris Set or whatever, that they had in Europe. In reality, well, European. I don't know where they got the inspiration for that. Maybe from Stargate. I don't know. We have to play that adventure path, and then we'll find out everything. All right. So I was looking at the shuriken. Let me see. Let's go. Yes, it says a master of shuriken. So I wonder about the shuriken because it's exotic, right? It's an exotic range weapon. Would you guys be able to tell? Let me see how I describe it here. Yes. So I described it as an exceptionally fine-looking throwing star of Eastern origin. The reality is it's a masterwork shuriken, but properties it says monk. I don't know what that means. Does that mean only a monk can throw it? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe you could use it instead of selling it. Next, an adamantine arrowhead. Adamantine. Right, next, a fine dagger with the inscription. All right. Right. The fine dagger. I'm gonna change that to a masterwork dagger. So you definitely know that this is masterwork dagger. Next, we're almost done. The abalone shell. Do you remember if I ever rolled a religion check for you? Let me see. I'm gonna look into the religion. Did I roll a
I think
knowledge
somebody
religion?
did identify the symbol.
Did they? Let me see. How do I describe it? I say an abalone shell that appears to symbolize something.
I remember it might have been my character who did the religion check. And then you,
Let's
you
check.
gave a description.
It seems that we've erroneously entered the description below as a different item. Let me see. Yes. Wait. Why did you roll in on train? I'm looking at this now. Nicholas O'Bird. It's in the session 8. You rolled an untrained knowledge religion check. And as the abalone shell passed back to Valor, it catches Nicholas's eye. Yes. So that is the symbol of Shalin. Okay. So instead of okay. So I'm going to delete the entire abalone shell description because now you have the description. It's a symbol of Shalin, goddess of art, beauty, love, and music. So so the only thing you don't know is you don't know its values. So symbol of Shalin. The thing is, this is in somebody's inventory, so I want to see whose inventory it is, so I can change it into its proper description if I have it. No, I already have it. It's Dino has it. And if he looks in his inventory, it says holy symbol, avalanche shell of Shalin. Yeah. And now I have its price. The only thing I have to figure out is why is it an untrained role? Oh, it's untrained. Are you untrained in knowledge religion? Look at your skills. Knowledge religion. Yes,
Knowledge
you're
religion.
untrained in knowledge
Yeah,
religion.
I'm not trained.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You put 2 in perception. Oh, I see. You really should have put 1 in religion because untrained means wait. If it's untrained, I made a mistake then because even if you cannot roll more than 10. So you would not have figured this out. Well, maybe, but definitely you would need you need 1 rank in religion, dude, especially at the 2nd level, because
Yep.
you need 1. So we have to figure this out. You put 2 in heal, 1 in knowledge history, 1 profession scribe. That sounds like the one. We need to figure out one that you haven't used yet. Ideally, you've used perception probably. Sense motive, profession scribe. Spellcraft, you definitely need that. 2 heal, you need that. Knowledge history, of course. I say we take out the scribe. What do you think? And you can add it again. Why don't you go up a level if you really want it?
Yeah, we can take it out. I think I added that because it was part of my backstory.
Wait. In that case, sense motive. Have you used sense motive yet? I don't remember any sense motive.
Don't know if I've used that one. I
All right.
can't remember. It would
So,
have been.
you start from. I'm gonna search from Chudlog 9. You start from Chudlog 1.
Okay.
We meet in the middle. Just do a search for sense motive. In the future, this will be easier because I'm going to put everything in 1 page. Yeah, I don't think you got any chances to.
Yeah, not really.
I'm now at 6. I'm going to 5.
Okay. In session 4, I did use it.
You did use it, huh? With whom?
With the gnome. Remember
Oh, makes
the
sense.
gnome at the end of the fishery. Me and Dino both used it.
And right, let's look at our other options. Spellcraft, no. Sense motive, no. Although you have 2 in sense motive. If at the time you had just 1, when did you level? No, when you level. We can see it now. Look, sense motive, your plus was +8,
Yep.
whereas now it's +9. So I think you didn't use the second one. The second rank you haven't used it, so we're good. I'm just gonna put it down to 1 there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put it sense motive 1 and knowledge religion 1.
Yep.
Which means I have to make a note to myself to go back in the chat log and fix that is, give you the proper bonus and that is trained. What session was that? Okay. Fix. SAFs. I'm trained. Knowledge. Religion check.
I still don't have a rank in knowledge religion.
Hold on.
All good.
You don't know religion, but I just put it there. But yeah, I just have to. Yeah, you have to click away from there for it to register. So now it's registered.
Okay. Yep,
So we're
it's
good.
there now.
So
Now
now
got
it's
a plus
5 instead of whatever it was before. I think it was
plus
something
1.
else. Okay. So where that leave us? That leaves us that it's a symbol of Shalin. Now I have the price, and now we have the last one, the bejeweled brooch with a broken clasp. But you told me no for this one. I'm just gonna add here a bejeweled brooch with the queen's brooch, just so there's no. Right. So now I have all these prices for Gadrin's loot. Loot. But you told me you also want to look at the armor, right?
Yeah. Any sort of like
Um,
loose stuff that we're not using that could be valuable.
Gadrin's loot. Right. Let me look at the armor. Who has the armor? It's Gadrin's padded armor. Next time, before I delete the prices, I have to copy paste them somewhere. Gadrin's. Okay, so I got the value for the armor, and then there were two more items. There was the Sable Company Marine. I don't know if you want to look at that too. Do you want to add it to the horde or no?
So I thought we were gonna I thought you were suggesting that we could just roll appraise X number of times.
Yes. Well, now I'm trying to figure out the horde. So, do you want it to be in the horde of which is
Basically
the
anything
most?
that could be of value that we're not wearing.
All right. Okay. I don't know
So
your
not like
definition
their
of
arrows or
wearing.
whatever.
It looks like Dino might want to use one of the two bows, so he might want to use this one.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna figure that out later.
Yes, but I'm trying to understand the definition of anything we're not wearing.
Okay, so in
If
that
you
case,
would-
maybe just leave it, because
Okay, so I leave the Sable Marine short bow, and then the next item was the Gedris dagger that. Let me see here. How about Gedrin's +1 dagger that Kirog has? I think he wants to use it, right?
I haven't decided yet, or had I? I don't remember.
You don't have a
Uh,
+1 dagger, do you? This is a magical dagger. Keep in mind, guys, that there are enemies in the game that can only be defeated. It can only take damage from a magical weapon.
how does it compare to your current dagger?
Well, a +1 dagger will give +1 attack, +1 to hit, +1 to hit, and +1 to damage.
Maybe I should take that then, because quite a few of the weaker enemies, because of my high dexterity, I was able to hit them, even though I do much less damage than the other guys.
I mean, you already have it in your inventory, so as far as we're concerned, it's yours.
Yep.
But my question is, do you want it in the calculation of which one item is the most expensive or no?
I think we should probably get it. We might need the money.
My other question is Gage's dagger masterwork? Because I think your current dagger is a
No.
masterwork dagger, isn't it?
I remember reading in the rulebook that all magical weapons have to be masterwork because
see.
only they can be imbued with magic.
I see.
So they all count as masterwork. The difference, I think, the masterwork only gives +1 to hit, and the magical gives +1 to hit and damage.
Isn't masterwork only to damage, because magical weapons kind of have a mind of their own and like zoom in on the correct place? I thought that was it.
All right, let's look into it now because Masterwork did not exist in the edition that I played, so I don't know. Okay, Masterwork Pathfinder. Remember. Yeah, it says. I'm gonna put that on Discord so you guys can see it. There's a thread that says how do Masterwork weapons work. Check it out. So it is how I said it. The plus for the Masterwork, it's +1 just to attack roll.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so it seems like that Gaydon's dagger is better than what you've got, right?
It's better than everything any other dagger he has. He has a normal dagger, and I think he also has a masterwork dagger with inscription. So he has all kinds. So the normal dagger is normal. The masterwork dagger is +1 to attack, and the magical dagger is +1 to attack and to hit. And I think that only the magical one can hit certain. There's even there's enemies that can only take damage for +1. There's others that can only take damage for +2. So if you hit that enemy with a +1 or with a normal, he will never take any damage. Definitely the magical weapons are a huge, they're very valuable. And
So maybe if you tell us which one you want to keep, Kirog, we could put the others in the appraisal.
Yep.
well, he has a normal dagger. Forget about it. It's a normal dagger. Okay, so he wants to keep the +1 for sure, right? So he keeps that, and then there's another one with the inscription. I think I've already yes. Wait, do I already have that? Yes, dagger with inscription. So I have his price. Okay, so do you want to put? Actually, I assume that you want to put this because it was in the list of Getter's loot. So I already have this. I can take it off before I give you the answer, or I can keep it in if you want.
It's up to you, Kirog, like what you're gonna keep and what is up for sale. Are you still thinking, or?
I was just looking. I'm ready now.
Sorry.
I think the +1 dagger is worth keeping. Everything else should be sellable.
Right. So we are evaluating also.
Oh, one
Okay.
last thing. Obsidian Wand Magic Missile. That seems like it would be quite valuable, but it also seems like it could be useful. Should I keep it, or?
I mean, yeah, definitely keep that one because we gave that one to you specifically, right?
Do you want to know how much it costs though? Hold on a sec. Okay, the price was there. I deleted it now. Wait, was the obsidian wand in the where was that?
I think it was
that
in
Gator's loot?
in Gadron's loot.
Let me check that because we didn't have it. We didn't have it in the list of things.
It's up the top of Gadron's loot list. It's the second
Where
item.
is it?
It's the top 3 that are magical.
Oh, I see. Wait, so oil. Okay, so I should put obsidian one. Wand of magic missile. Okay, I have its value. Do you want that also in the? So you have to tell me if you want the magic missile and the dagger with the inscription. Do you want these in the appraisal or no? It's not so much do you want them to sell them or not. You can make that decision later.
Yes,
I
I do
know.
want to appraise them.
Okay, so we're putting the wand of magic missile and the dagger with inscription in the list, and now I have the answer for you.
Cool.
Oh, first you have to roll. First you have to roll. Yeah. Let's look at the roll. And I think it's DC 20. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. And you have +7. That's pretty good.
Oh, you mean you roll?
Yeah, go ahead and roll appraise. Oh, I forgot. That doesn't count. Right, I'm gonna delete. It has to be a hidden roll. Delete
Right, yeah.
roll above. We'll get there. Right. So first I have to hide my roll. Then I roll for you. Okay. Then I have to read the rules. And it says, so in this one, it doesn't say if you fail, what happens. So I think it sounds like a binary thing. Either you manage to figure it out and it's always correct, or you don't manage to figure it out, which one's always correct. So I'll tell you. I just trying to I'm just trying to figure out if the freaking Queen's brooch is supposed to be the brooch supposed to be capitalized. Even like the Queen. Sometimes they capitalize Queen, and sometimes they don't. Let me just search. Like when you say Queen Ileosa, the Q is capitalized, but when you say the Queen, it's not capitalized.
I think that's a grey area.
I do get there. You know, when it's like when you say Mister, it's the title. When it's the title, Queen Ileosa, but when you say just when you refer to just the Queen. So now, for example, when I say the Queen's brooch to you, both the Queen and the brooch should be lowercase. Okay, I sent you a message. So tell them. Don't copy paste the whole thing. You could copy paste the last sentence, or you could, you're all 15, and you needed a 20, so you basically rolled an 8. Next, if we wanted to roll a DC and appraise for everything, so it's a DC 20 appraise to determine the value of a common item, but most of these items aren't common. I think by common he would mean, like, for example, a longsword. That would be a common item, but I don't think that a magical longsword is common. So pretty much everything, like looking at this list here, I don't think there's a single item. Well, maybe the symbol of Shalin. I don't know. I do not know.
It sounds like it might be better not to, like, if we can, because we can get we can get bad information, right? So maybe it's better just to leave it.
Well, the thing is, if you take it to somebody to appraise it, it's good to have some idea, because he might be lying to you, and you should be able to, if he's lying to you about a bunch of items, you're not gonna.
So is that a thing with shopkeepers in this game, that they just rip you off? Is that part of it?
Yes, it's a thing. It's a thing. First of all, it is a thing with some of them, and then second of all, you don't know. Like, it could be that the adventure has an entire chapter about. I'm not saying it does. It could be that the adventure, like, because it is unusual. What are you gonna go? You're gonna go with all this stuff to somebody, and you're just gonna, like, dump it on him and say how much does this cost? Like, it's not easy. So definitely having someone, having some idea, having someone in your group that can give you an idea.
Okay,
plus,
so
keep in mind that if something is widely inaccurate, then, because how many times are you going to be widely inaccurate? These are like 15 items. So I think that it would stand out. Like, if I tell you that this gold crown is 5 GP, you probably made a mistake.
So
it could be.
So with the appraise stuff, let's suppose that we get, like, a number, and, like, I just personally think that it looks ridiculous. Do I have to adhere, like, to the... Am I allowed to use that? Because that's, like, my real world knowledge. Or do I have to adhere to, like, the knowledge check, what I get from the check?
Well,
because that's what my character believes, right?
Look, let's say the miniature gold crown. Let's say I tell you that it's 10 GP, right? That means that your character thinks it's fake. Like, it's not real gold.
Right.
It's you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's or if I tell you that it's 20,000 GP, and you're like, you know what? Maybe it's a gold crown, but still 20,000 is a lot. So.
Okay. So try to stick to the check.
The way it works basically is any knowledge is better than no knowledge, and then you try to confirm it. So you go to an expert and see, if the expert gives you the exact same number that you have, it's probably correct. And if he gives you a different one, then maybe you go to another expert.
Okay, makes sense.
But right now it would be a quick, because this is easier than the identify, because the identify, you have the magical school, you have the auras, you have the caster level, all this shit.
Yeah.
This is nothing like that. It's like you just roll 20 times or whatever, and then the only problem is me deciding which one of these is common or uncommon. So what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to do? I'm going to I'm going to look at my screen here. I'll tell you. Symbol of Shalin. So symbol of Shalin, I'm going to put in a parenthesis here for myself that it's common. That means the DC is 20. Actually, the DC is pretty bad. Like, 20 is pretty high. Of course, you do have. You have +9, plus.
But is the DC to get, like, are there graduations? Because you mentioned if you get a really bad roll, you get a very inaccurate.
You can
answer.
look for yourself. Check for yourself the description of the skill.
All right. Yep.
But it says if you succeed by 5 or more, you also determine if it has magic properties. But you cannot identify it or anything. You just, you get a binary thing that it also has magical. But we don't care about the magic now because you've done this already. This would be for somebody like if it's somebody's really good at appraising and he's not a wizard or anything, he can also. It's almost like he has detect magic. If you fail the check by less than 5, you determine the price of that item to within 20%. So even if you fail by 2, 3, 4, you can still get a decent approximation of its value.
Yeah.
And if you fail the check by 5 or more, that's the problem. If you get by 5 or more, so the DC is 20. However, look, the DC is not 20 because all these are rare exotic items. So for all these, the DC will be 25, essentially. So you can still roll 21. If you roll 21, you get 20% of its price. And then it says if you fail the check by 5 or more. So if you roll 20 or less, then you get the wildly. So you're gonna get a lot of wild.
Yeah.
Basically, let's just do it. We're here already. So we just have to figure out how many rolls you have to roll. Because if we do this, we've basically done everything. The only thing you haven't done is identified the padded armor, which you can try again tomorrow. Or you could try it now with your ring if you wanted to. But, maybe not use it. You can wait until night. So how many items are there? Let's see.
So I just have another question. With it, let's supposedly do an appraise on. Oh no, it doesn't matter because I was just going to ask, like, if we do an appraise on the brooch, and we get a really weird answer, it would have to be consistent with the fact that we already know it's valuable. But it says at the GM's discretion. So I guess you decide what the inaccurate thing is.
You might think that it's a fake. It's something that looks like the queen's, and it could be true. Like when you looked at it, it looks like the queen's brooch. But if you appraise it and it looks like it's dirt cheap, then.
But I mean, what if we then
not.
Doesn't that mean we then are obliged to just like chuck it out? Like then we can't treat it as a quest item, right?
No, first of all, the other characters are not obliged to trust your judgment.
Okay. All right.
So you might say, "I want to chuck it out because it's fake," but the others say, "You know what? No, maybe it's not fake or whatever." Plus, you yourself may not trust your judgment. So you're not the best appraiser. You're not a master appraiser or anything like that. You just
so it's just what you think, but you also have like an idea that you might not be correct. It's not like I'm certain that this thing is this value. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So now, if you want, you can roll for everything. So you can roll for the brooch as well.
Yep. Let's do it.
So let's put numbers. So I'm assuming you're rolling for everything that's in the. That's going to be hard. How are we going to do it? How are we going to signify it? Because we have to remember that you can only do it once.
We could extend this loot list.
Yes, I know how we're going to do it. We're going to do it one at a time. All right. Okay, type. I'm going to spend some time trying to appraise. I'm going to spend some time trying to appraise all these items. Put them all on the table, and then hit enter.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. I'm going to spend some time trying to appraise all these items. That's good. And now I'm going to type here Gedrin's battered armor. Right. Now you're all appraised. Wait.
But you've got to do it.
Do you have a plus? No. The DC. All right. Hold on. Delete above. Maybe I should do it like this. Kedron's padded armor DC. So the question is magical armor supposed to be common? The value of a common item. I'm trying to decide what does it mean, a common item? Would a magical armor be common? For example, a dagger +1. Would a dagger +1 be common? I mean, it's not too common, but it's not extremely, it's a gray area there. Stuff like that is a gray area. You know what? I'm going to do a quick Google check. Appraise common Pathfinder. Let's see. Okay, there is a thread in the Paizo forums. It's 2 pages. Let's see the first post.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, I'm going to put the thread right. I'm going to put the thread in the forum and
Back.
so there is a long thread in the forum. And when I say long, it's long. Jeez, it is long. There's even one guy said, this is why I switched to 5e. So this makes me want to read the whole thread before I do this. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to post here. Don't read the thread above because it might have spoilers. I'll read it first and let you know. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have to make a note in my phone, read the appraise thread. And next time I will read it and read the appraise thread. And next time we will know exactly how that works. Well, it looks like it's a gray area. And so that means in order to make a good decision, you have to, read everybody's opinion first and make your own, make your own opinion. I know that for most of these items, definitely they're not common. So the DC is going to be 25. But I want to see how, I want to decide how we're going to treat these gray area items. I'm inclined, like if it's like a dagger +1, I'll be inclined to put it in common. And then maybe dagger +2 and above, maybe. Same for armors. Armor +1, maybe, especially in Pathfinder. Look, in the Dungeons and Dragons, magic items are rare, but in Pathfinder they're not rare. They're everywhere. So in a world like as much magic as this, I would be inclined some of these items. Like for example, a potion of cure light wounds. That's common. Let me see. For example, what about the wand of magic missile? It's not super uncommon. It's not super common. It's I suppose the DC increases by 5. Oh wait, Chev is saying something. An item's category is 3 ways: common, masterwork, and magical. Oh, I see. So if it's magical or masterwork, it's by definition uncommon. There are 3 levels of quality for weaponry: common, masterwork, and magical. They're the ones you can buy. Common is the one you can buy anywhere. They're low quality and cheap. They're off the rack items, mass produced. That guy has a really good explanation. We have to copy that in the forum. Masterwork is a literal masterwork. It's the best quality. Yeah. Okay. So that makes yeah. So basically everything's 25. Okay. I was going to shelve it. Awesome, Chef. Thanks for the. I guess he's watching the stream. Right. So we can do this now. I'm gonna look at this again. All right. So I have to personally put the DCs there, even if they're all the same DC. I have to put them there so that then we can refer back, and it will know which one you've rolled for. Gatherer's padded armor, DC 25. Right, and I'm the one who's rolling. So show GM rolls off. Okay. So first, Gatherer's padded armor. Second, Gatherer's. Gatherer's magic dagger. We did the armor, we did the dagger, and then the third was the bow that you didn't want me to do, the Marine's bow. But there's no reason not to. What do you have to lose?
Yeah, if you can do all of them, then might as well do all of them.
Yeah. Sable Marines. Is the Marine with capitalized or no? Sable Company Marine.
I think if Queen is lowercase,
Yes,
Marine
it's
should be
lowercase.
lowercase.
Sable Company Marines. Bow. Right, so I think that takes care of all the stuff that was not in Gatherer's loot, right? I haven't forgotten anything. Well, yeah, no, I think those are the 3. And then Oil of Keen Edge.
There's also Hurog's Masterwork dagger and Common dagger.
Well, his common dagger is just a dagger. No, I did roll for Gedrin's magic dagger. The masterwork dagger that he has is part of the loot. It has an inscription, so we're gonna get to it. So Wand of Magic Missile is next. Then Vial of Silver Sheen. Let me see how it's. Vial of Silver Sheen. All right. Then we have teak cigar case. The Chelix coat of arms. So next is the gold full ingot. DC 20. The gold ingot be common. 2-pound gold ingot bearing the Chelix coat of arms. It's gold. It's just gold.
It sounded like that that answer that Chev licked. It sounded like that applies to like weapons and stuff like that. The crafted items.
Let's see.
Like what would it
Does
mean
the
to be
gold-
like a master crafted ingot? It's like
Yeah.
it's a lump of block of gold basically.
Yeah, and in your case, yes. The only thing about it is that unless I know something that you guys don't about it, but I'm looking whether I do know something about it. You don't know it. I mean, even just telling you the DC, it's kind of spoilery because if you think it's common, and I tell you this is 25, then you're like, okay, so maybe there's something special about this gold ingot.
Yeah, also I can like estimate how likely
Okay.
the thing is to be correct.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put gold ingot DCXX. So even its DC is
Back in a minute.
yep. Come back quick! You're gonna miss all this excitement. Gold ingot. Okay, now we're going on to the miniature gold crown. DC. Well, for example, the teak cigar case, I counted it as not common because it's inlaid with tiny bits of jade. It's teak. I don't know. It doesn't sound to me like a very common item. But the gold, like you said, if it's gold, it's just gold. What about a miniature gold crown, though? Unless there's something more to it. All right. So the DC for this is also going to be hidden. I'm rolling. Miniature gold crown, and then we have the a fist-sized scrimshaw carving of a kraken. Okay. So carving of kraken. DC. A silver ring. The ring with inscription. I don't know what's the point of keeping these DCs if I'm gonna write XX next to them. Ivory, big ring of Sakubai. So, for example, this is an ivory figurine. What's uncommon about it? It's an ivory figurine. It's shaped into that. Okay. Alright, 6. You know, I suppose I just have to keep playing. I'd never had to face any situation like this in D&D Second Edition, so I just have to keep playing the game, and you eventually, I'm sure after you do this, 50 times, you eventually gain. You set a level of commonness for you play the game and you see what's common and what's not. How do I know now what's common and what's not? I'm just going
Right.
by my 30-year knowledge, 30 years ago. So it's natural to not know, and to just wing it at first, and then you get a feel for it. Iverton of Sakubai. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, so now we have the throwing star. Throwing star. Definitely, for example, the throwing star is not something you can get. It's a weapon. It's not common. That's definitely a common. So DC 25. Then the adamantine arrowhead. Wait. The arrowhead is common, but it is adamantine. So is that? Let's go back to that guy. Is that? Okay, I need to read this thing's description. Who has that? Is that? If anyone has the arrowhead in your inventory, it could be Kieran.
What would it be down as?
I'm not sure. Maybe arrowhead.
I don't seem to have it.
I think Saf might have it. He has an arrowhead. Let's say it's made of adamantine, though.
Is it,
I don't think we would have any other arrowhead. We have we would have arrows for various reasons, but I can't think of any reason we just have a loose arrowhead unless we had looted it from the fishery.
He has. You say that Dino has it?
No, Saf. It's Nicholas
has it.
Albert.
Yes, he has an arrowhead. Let me see how it's described. Why have I put it? Adamantine. What
It
the
might have
fuck is
been. It might have been
adamantine
just
even?
an arrowhead originally, and then we did some identification on it, and maybe that.
No, this is. Yes, it's supposed to be. It's like almost like made out of diamond. That's what Adam. Yamadi. I think it's Greek. It's
Isn't
very
that
hard
like a
on.
fictional metal? I could be wrong.
In classical mythology, it's an archaic form of a diamond. In ancient Greek, Adamas is unconquerable and untamable. It seems to be an arrowhead made of diamond. Is adamantine a real thing? Let's see what it says.
I don't think it is, but I could be wrong.
It says some transparent minerals. Blah, blah, blah. Diamond is the best known adamantine mineral, and its cover sparkle is an example of this type of non-metallic luster. It seems adamantine is a name for diamond, made out of, like, it's an adjective. What adamantine means? Yeah, it depends. Like, if you're using it as in the generic sense, then it means having the quality of being adamant, rigid, firm, unyielding. But if it has a geological, okay, you're confusing it with adamantium.
There we go.
Adamantium in Marvel Comics. It's a virtually indestructible steel alloy. The government assigned him whatever. It's adamantium is like, I think it's what Wolverine has, and he's
Correct.
close. But adamantine sounds like a real thing, and the question is, I'm gonna Google adamantine Pathfinder, like if it has any special significance in Pathfinder. But okay, yeah, of course it would. Special materials. There's we have. Okay, check Discord. Jesus, look at these rolls.
I'm back.
Oh, you missed the best part.
Oh, really?
No, you didn't.
Missed the whole battle.
There's some drama. Check the forum, check the Discord. There's some. We're trying to figure
Okay.
out if adamantine arrow and.
Well, it says it's guaranteed to be a masterwork. That's something at least.
Yeah. My question is, would you know when you see it if it's adamantine? I think you would know. Whoops.
I mean, the way
I
it's
mean,
if it's in the
a
core
common
rulebook,
material,
if it's in the core rulebook, doesn't that mean it's common knowledge? Just stated.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, keep in mind that the last few chapters are for the GM. So
Yeah.
yeah, if it's
But this
in the
is
first
this from the
few
hero, or
chapters.
is that from that part, or is it just?
Yeah, it will be interesting. He says from page 154. Let me check where that page is. 154.
like if I walked into an armory and saw one sword made of diamond, I'd like know there was something special about it at the very least.
Yeah, but like just looking at it, would you know that it's made of diamond, or is this one for wondering? But it
You
looks like
certainly
it
know
would.
it wasn't steel.
Yeah.
Well, it says this ultra hard metal. So I think maybe they're not using it in that exact sense.
Look, if you go to page 154, it says special materials. So it has dragon hide, mithril, darkwood. Oh, darkwood, by the way. But you have a darkwood thing, don't you? You have the darkwood.
Was that what the drugs were contained in? Darkwood.
Yes, darkwood coffer. Yeah. So it looks like these materials are, yeah, they're in the common. It does look like the common. So anyone Well,
It would probably at least look somewhat different, right? You'd be able to tell it wasn't steel or whatever.
yeah. No. Even one of the main properties of adamantine is that it's luster. So it has a special luster. So definitely, there is a contradiction here. On the one hand, since all this is masterwork stuff, it should get the 25. It should not count as common for the appraise check. On the other hand, it seems to be common enough so that a warrior or anybody who knows how to use these items would know what it is at least. You would know that it's adamantine. So that's how we're going to play. It's going to be a 25. So I guess you can tell that it's adamantine, but it's hard to appraise it, like because you don't come across it often, so you don't know how much money it would cost or whatever. It's adamantine. It's like me. I know when I see a Ferrari, but maybe I don't know how much it costs because I'm a poor person. You see what I'm saying?
But I mean, so when it talks about failing the check for appraise, it says that the guess is wildly inaccurate at the GM's discretion. So I take that to mean, like in this case, you would might do. You're not going to say, well, okay, I got it wrong and it's worth nothing, because it's adamantine, right? So you might, knowing nothing, just think, well, adamantine's really expensive, so you massively overinflate the costs or something.
Could
So
be.
it could be
Yeah,
based
could
on
be.
like what is a reasonable way to misestimate it.
For this specific character.
Yeah.
This specific character. There's a lot of thinking to be done. Why don't we just play Street Fighter? Okay. So at a matter of DC 25. So I'm sticking with the DC 25 for now. Rolling. We're not at the hard part yet. The hard part is me actually giving you values. And finally, we're almost at the end. It's the Masterwork dagger with inscription. So that's going to be again DC 25 because it's Masterwork. Okay. And then Symbol of Shalin. See, if I say now this is DC 20, that tells you that there's nothing special about this. You see what I'm saying? Whereas there could be. So I'm gonna put it as DCXX there and roll. And finally, why not appraise also the Queen's Brooch?
Sounds good.
Queen's Brooch, DC. That's obviously DC 25. What would be cool if they had, because we have these entries for all these items. If they had put the DC themselves, appraise DC. If they have programmed it in all of these, so we wouldn't have to guess. It would be the guy who writes the adventure who would. Right. So I think that's it. We did the brooch with area. So you rolled for everything, and now my job is to look at these numbers. So I have to do it all from the beginning. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna type it down. How about this, guys? Take 15 minutes. Come back in 15 minutes. I'm gonna go take a leak, and then come back in 15 minutes, and I'll give you the numbers.
Alright.
Cool.
back.
I've done almost nothing. You know why? Because I spent the whole time. I've got the price for the price for Gator's dagger and armor are wildly out of. Like if we go with a, are you even supposed to know this? I'm not sure if what part of the book. Let's see. Magic item is 15. So no. 15. Chapter 15. That would not be for you guys. So I can't even tell you my problem.
We can read up to chapter 11, right?
Let's see. Yes, exactly,
Okay.
exactly. And from 12 on, I'm gonna make a copy of the book, and I'm gonna remove all the chapters from 11 after 11, so that you won't have that problem. But yeah, you should really read anything further. Yeah, I have a problem. The price that I get for the dagger and the armor. I read it about the prices, how you determine the price for magic, and for the dagger, I managed to reverse engineer it. But for the armor, I can't. Like, the armor is wildly cheaper than it should be. I'm not sure.
But if it's cheaper than you would expect, doesn't that mean you should just inflate the cost in your estimate?
If it's a mistake, maybe I'm making the mistake, and maybe the rules for the armor are different than for the
Right.
weapons. Oh, okay, I'm looking at it now. Armor and shield. Okay, it does look like it's different. Wait, yes. All right, so it's not. For some reason, armor seems to be cheaper. You know why it could be? Because the weapon gives you +1 to hit and +1 damage, but the armor just gives you +1 to your AC. It's not.
Right.
So maybe it counts it as 2. Yeah. All right. So it's not. But I know that if I had to choose between the magical armor that passively protects me, rather than a magical weapon where I have to, waste an attack for it to. I don't know. It seems to be out of whack that the freaking dagger is more expensive than the freaking whole armor, but it is what it is. Okay, so now that means I need another 15 minutes. Okay, I got the price for those two, and now the bow. Oh, all right. So now my next problem is that I don't have the exact price for the short bow. Okay, no, I figured it out. Next, oil of kinage. Next one, magic missile. Vial of silver sheen. Teak cigar case. I'm definitely getting the hang of it.
I think I just stumbled upon something cool. As of Thursday, Sirenscape and Fantasy Grounds have been integrated.
Yeah, I wrote that on Discord. They also, Fantasy Grounds now also has video. You can have video backgrounds. You can load videos and stuff, and so it has that's some of the functionality that Foundry does, and it will make my life easier. Like, let's say I want to make a title sequence, I can just play you a video.
Did you post that on Discord?
Yeah, I just posted. Just really quickly, if you scroll up, I was gonna make a bigger announcement in the forum. The problem is you still have to pay Sirenscape for the sounds. It's just that what they do for Fantasy Grounds, they program the sounds into. Did I tell you that earlier? They program that into the combat tracker. So let's say I add a monster, that fights you. Then next to the monster stats, there are some buttons where I press when the monster, for example, screams or attacks or whatever. But those integrations, you have to pay for it. And right now, they've only done the fifth edition D&D, the Player's Handbook, the Monster Manual, and the DM's Guide. So they haven't done anything for Pathfinder yet. So I think I would have to manually add for every enemy the sounds. I would have to go up on Cernscape, find the sound files, and I guess program them in myself. The
Well,
ideal
it's a
is
step in the right direction at least.
yes, exactly. This is in the right direction. Yeah, because they're getting a lot of competition from Foundry. But the thing is, Foundry does a lot more things too. It's not just this. You have multi-level maps, and you have a billion things. Plus, the problem with Fantasy Grounds is that their their engine is very slow. So even though you have line of sight and all that stuff, after you put like 5, 10 tokens on, you cannot put like 100 tokens with line of sight. Even if you have a supercomputer, you can't do it. Whereas in Foundry is much more efficient, it's much more modern. So we're going to use these features, but don't expect them right away, and definitely don't expect them to be as cool as what we'll be doing on Foundry. And they would make my life easier if they did the Pathfinder monsters, and if I could buy the integration. But on the other hand, I am going to, when I get some time, I'm going to learn how to add them myself, so that if there's a boss fight or something like that, I could add the sounds. Or I would like to add at least the basic sounds, like a sword slash and the basic spells. Because, for example, for the Force Missile, there is a Sirenscape sound. So every time that ysignal fires one of those, I could go to Sirenscape and press the thing. But there's too much when there's the battle going. There's just too much going on for me to remember that. But if I can just program it just for him, even if I just programmed like 2 spells per character and like one sword, one bow, even just programming 20 things, which would take me half an hour, that would still make a difference to us. I could just program a few of them every now and then, every week, every other week. But yeah, it's great news, and who knows? Maybe they'll add some more. It's just that there's not much room for them. Plus, they don't have the community like of Foundry. They have thousands of hundreds or whatever of programmers, the community who add their own mods. But in Fantasy Grounds, because it's so old and not well maintained, there's not much of a community making mods. There is, but they do different stuff. Like the community on Foundry more does like flashy stuff. Whereas the community, like mostly aesthetic stuff. Whereas the community of Fantasy Grounds, there's more like automation. So you can download a lot of stuff that does complex automation. But the problem with that with us is that we don't even know the basic rules. Like if you start putting complex automation in, then you'll never learn the rules. Plus, you might not even apply the automation correctly. So anyway, it's the two BDTs are geared towards different stuff. All right, so Teak cigar case. I've done that. Now gold and good. And good. Turns out the gold ingot is fake. It's only worth 10 GP. Or is it? All right, miniature gold crown's done. So we're at the carving of Kraken. I want to see if the scrimshaw is part of the special materials. Scrimshaw. Oh, on the website, there's a lot more special materials because I guess they put from different books. There's a lot more. But I don't see scrimshaw. Okay, scrimshaw doesn't seem to be a material. It seems to be the art of scrimshaw. Okay, so I'm gonna Google it. This.
I think scrimshaw is a carving made of ivory.
All right.
You're kind of faint, ysignal.
What about now? Can you hear me?
To me, he's fine. He sounds fine to me.
Yeah, it's fine to me too.
Can you hear us okay, Kirog?
Yeah. Must have just been a thing in the connection for a second.
Right.
So, garnets for eyes. Okay, so now I want to know what the garnet is. Google garnet. Minerals. Okay, now I need to know if the garnet is in the Pathfinder. No. You know, so I can determine, let's see, is that expensive, the garnet? Is garnet expensive? Apparently they vary dramatically. Okay, they're not terribly expensive. So, should it be common? Alright. Okay, then ring with inscription. Okay, then ivory, figurine of succubi. Throwing star. Diamantine arrowhead. Did we decide? Yeah, we said the diamantine makes it. Yeah, you just don't know. You just don't know. It's tough to appraise a diamantine. Diamantine arrowhead. Then master or dagger with inscription. Master or dagger with inscription. Symbol of Symbol of... Yeah, I'm definitely getting faster at this. Symbol of Shaolin. And finally, Queen's Brooch. Oh, by the way, it says particularly rare exotic items might increase the DC of this check by 5 or more. So it's not, it's if it's particularly rare or exotic, then it's at least 5, but it could be more than 5. Just in order to make it even harder for me. The thing is, what bothers me is that it says particularly rare or exotic. If it said rare or exotic, then I would say, okay, a dagger +1 is rare. But is it particularly rare? No. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that one
I mean,
word there is...
It's got to be some like it seems strange that it would step up from like a regular dagger to a +1 dagger, and
suddenly
then that's
becomes
it.
particularly rare. Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's definitely... So, let me see, what did I roll for the dagger if we go all the way up? So for the dagger, I ruled that it's 25, DC 25. And, you know, now that I see the particularly, is it particularly rare? And then that means I have to pretty much reevaluate everything. Like, is a wand of magic missile particularly rare? It's definitely not exotic. Is it particularly rare? Or is it just rare?
I mean, if it's saying particularly rare or exotic, it kind of sounds like those two have got to be close in nature. Like, there's exotic
Yes.
stuff, and or
Yes.
things that they're not exotic, but they're just rare enough that,
But the DC 20 is for common.
yeah,
So there's no way this stuff is common.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the way that I see it, it looks like we need another step of around DC 22, 23 for uncommon items. You have common, uncommon, and then particularly rare or exotic, which goes to 25. That's what. So it makes it hard for me. First of all, because you know it's not an even. Like I have to choose: is it DC 22 or 23? First of all.
But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is some of these things are things that are like one of a kind. Like the Queen's Brooch is one of a kind, whereas the dagger, like +1 dagger, like, it's not common. Like it's not something you just find.
Yeah, but it's not.
But
one of a kind.
there must be thousands of them, you know,
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
world. So I don't
Same
think
with-
it's particularly rare. Like it's.
So for me, I would put the Queen's Brooch at DC 30 because it gives me the option of about, you know, for more than 5. I would put the Vial of Silver Sheen, maybe. Actually, I don't know. The Wand of Magic Mist. You know what the hardest part is? The hardest part is not so much setting the DC now, but being consistent with my choices now in the next session and with other campaigns. You know, like, will I remember what DC I set for the Wand of Magic Missile? You know, you could actually make a table. Whatever I rule here, I could put it in a document, and next time I see a Wand of Magic Missile, I mean, there's no reason that Paizo couldn't have done itself. Like, give us the DCs, everything. Every item you have in every book, just give us the DC for the appraise. So we don't have to think about it at all.
Right.
You will still need the rule because, you know, maybe we make our own magic items or whatever, but so I could do that. I could start. It's the first time we do appraise, like, so I could start now. As for your argument that something is one of a kind, look, the ivory figuring of the Sakubai Assuming that there's no other significance to it, if it's just an ivory figuring of the Sakubai, the fact that they're a Sakubai makes no difference. All it makes is that it's just an ivory figuring that's carved.
Yeah, but I guess I'm
maybe
talking
it's
about something like the Queen's brooch. It's not just that it's. I'm not saying that there's not. Obviously, that succubus.
there's the value. There's the value of it in terms of it's a brooch and it's made of gold and gems, etc. And then there's the value added from the fact that it's the
Yeah.
Queen's.
I mean, that sounds like the kind of
so-
thing you would have to be like a serious expert to be able to put
Yes.
an accurate price on it. Whereas the succubus thing, okay, like there might be different ones might look different, but it's all much the same. Like you're gonna see figurines of different kinds in the markets and things.
Exactly. So I would put the figurine at the normal, assuming, like I said, that there's nothing more to it. I would put the because it could be the ivory figuring of a king, So if it's not anything special, I would put the figure at 20. That's the base appraise, and then for the queen, I would put it at 30, and then for other stuff, I guess I'll put it at 25. But there's some stuff. Yeah, it seems that there should be a step between 20 and 25. There should be a step, but it seems to me we have, to keep it as simple as possible. You have 3 steps. 20 is the basic for everything, cheap stuff.
I mean, another way of looking at it is that if this,
Listen, why would you roll for cheap? Let's say for a dagger. You know what the dagger is from the core rulebook. Why would you roll for a normal dagger?
Yeah. But the other thing is that the Queen's brooch, I feel like if that's the distance from from 25 to 30, that's 5 points. That's an extremely rare thing. You'd have to know there's nothing like that on the market. Like you'd have to. Who would even buy it? Like, whereas so that seems to me to be a big step. That means that 5 points is actually a very big step.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's sizable. What I don't know about this game is that the numbers in this game go up a lot. But the thing is, after the first rank that you put gives you a +4, but the second rank just gives you a +1. So for you to cover that +5, beyond the +4, you need 5 ranks. And who would put 5 ranks in a game like this in appraise? You have other stuff. You're a wizard. You might as well put it in spellcraft and stuff like that. You would not put 5 ranks in. So it would remain high for even later in the game. But think about if you had a specialist appraiser. I don't know what would the appraiser. It's int, so he would have to have high int, and I mean you do have high int, so you get +3 from int, and then you get +4 from the rank. That's why you have a +7. +7 is high. I don't know if any. It's very high. I mean, there's no reason. 1 rank in appraise is good, but I don't see any reason for you to put more ranks in the future, because every rank extra will just give you +1 from then on. I wonder, when you do get to somebody who can appraise this stuff, I wonder if the game tells me to roll for him too. Like, am I going to have to roll for him? And he might have lower than you, because most people in the world, your intelligence of 16 is like almost genius level. Most commoners are not going to have intelligence 16.
But they might have a lot of ranks in.
They may have a few more ranks, but not that many more, because they will be low level.
Right.
Anyway, we'll figure that out when we get it. Well, let me do the brooch anyway. I'm definitely. Hold on a sec. Queen's brooch. That's the only one I haven't rolled yet. Queen's brooch. I'm gonna put the DC at 30. Let's see. Oh, I put it at 25. See? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna fix that later. In my own list, I've already put it at 30. I roll for you. I already have the reply. But let me see the actual price, because I don't know the actual price. Those are rules. Here we are. All right. So the hers is easy. Like I got her. The problem is the gray areas. So I have the whole list here. I could give it to you. It's just that for a few of these, I'm not 100%. So the question is, do we want to keep stick with 3 gradations, 20? But the 20, like I said, cannot just be for the stuff from the core rulebook, because you have no reason. You have all the
Yeah.
prices. I suppose you would have a reason if I took. Why would, like, I don't know all the prices of all the common stuff. Why would any of you guys know all the prices in the it makes sense for the for the rogue to know about the daggers and the crossbows. Why does it make sense for a wizard to know about? Well, he's not a normal wizard. He has the appraise skill, so he has taken some classes in appraising, I guess.
But I mean, DC 20
Um,
is pretty high, right?
yeah, it's pretty
To
high for
begin
common
with.
stuff. 20
So
should
just
be
try
20.
to figure out, like, you've got some skill in this thing to try to figure out some fairly basic item.
You know the way I see it is that they suppose that you know everything in the core rulebook without having to roll for it. So that would be why the 20 is so high, because it's not supposed to be
Yeah.
for the common stuff. Even though it says common, I guess it's badly written. Instead of common, it should be like fairly common. So a +1 dagger is not common, but it's fairly common, and that is the 20. So that's how we're gonna do it. All right. So I have to go back. I'm gonna have to reevaluate everything. I'm not rolling anything more, but I'm gonna go from the beginning. So where it says Gather's padded armor. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna fix those. Okay. Let me put a note in my notes. The good news is that once we figure out all this, then that's it. Then I'm not gonna have to, for these same items, I'm not gonna have to think about them again. Edit in chat log all appraise DCs. The actual DCs, the correct ones, are the one in chat log 10. The actual ones are the ones I have in my hidden notes. So, getting spatted armor, the DC. Well, actually, I shouldn't have given you the DC, because that armor you have not identified yet, so you don't know. It could be. Okay, I'm done with the armor. Then Magic Dagger, that's definitely DC 20. I'm actually using a calculator for the 20% difference. Is that Okay. The Sable Company Marine Bow. That is, it's +1 bow. It's a composite bow. Yes, I'm gonna put that too at DC 20 because it's just a +1 short bow. Okay, this means before you had failed widely the Marine's bow, but now you're near it. So before, because I don't have its value. You know why I don't have its value? Because it's not in the stats that I have here. Let's see. I have a +1 short bow with +2 strength. This with +3 strength. This is with +2 strength. So I'm gonna have to learn exactly how the value is calculated. I'm gonna have to work it from the big. All right. There's no way for me to give you this value now unless we spend a bunch of time, and I don't want to do that. So what we're gonna do is this. I'm gonna put a note here. Find Sable short bow. Short bow value. And edit chat log with it. Right, so the way I'm going to give it to you now is I'm going to give it to you Sable Company's Marine Bow. I'm going to put it XGP. So you're going to tell them it's XGP, and then I'll fix the X after.
Okay.
At least we know that the DC is 20. XGP. Right, Sable Company, and then Oil of Keen Edge. See, I've opened now a I don't know, like I know that I would put a potion of cure light wounds as a common, right? But I don't know about an oil of keen edge. On the other hand, it says here caster level 5. So caster level 5 is quite high. Yeah. Whereas potion of cure light wounds would be caster level 1. So that I could say that that's common, but a caster level 5 definitely. Yes, definitely I wouldn't call that common. So the oil of keen edge is exactly how I left it, so I don't have to reevaluate that. It's DC 25. Then we have the Wand of Magic Missile. Right, so let's see what caster level that has. So I could use the caster level to evaluate. Yes, it's caster level 1, the Wand of Magic Missile. So that, I guess I should put the Wand of Magic Missile as DC 20. All right. Then yeah, we're back to the Silver Sheen. Let's see if that has a caster level. Who has this vial? Is it Dino who has it? No, he has Keen Edge. I think maybe Sap has the Silver Sheen. Is it Crystalline Vial? Yes, that's the one. That's also caster level 5. You've read the description for that, like what it does. It's a paste, can be applied to a weapon, and it makes it alchemically silver for an hour. So you can make like your sword be silver. I don't know if you meet vampires, or you can apply it to 20 units of ammunition. So you can make 20 silver arrows. That's what silver sheen. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, silver sheen. So crystalline vial. So I'm gonna put a note here in your crystalline vial, silver sheen paste. So now if you look in your and it makes sense that the priest would have it. You know, the silver, just think, you know, the vampires priests. Makes sense. Silver sheen paste. Okay, caster level 5. So that will also be 25 DC. Alright, then the teak cigar case. What is teak? Is that some kind of just wood?
Yeah, I think it's just a type of wood.
Alright, I'm gonna Google teak. Yeah, it's a tropical hardwood tree species in the family, whatever. Alright. So that definitely shouldn't be 25 as I put it, unless it's something special about it. It should be DC 20. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna make it XX later. Let me see. It says here, if you succeed by 5 or more, you also determine if it has magic properties. So, yeah. It's interesting because let's say you make, let's say, no, you wouldn't be fooled thinking it has magic if it doesn't. No, it doesn't say anything like that. All right, then gold ingot. Miniature gold crown. Good carving of kraken. A good ring with inscription. A good ivory figurine. Yes, we're good with that too. Throwing star. We're good with that. Adamantine arrowhead. Yes. Yes, throwing star is exotic. Adamantine is exotic. Masterwork dagger with inscription. Yes, there we go. Now the Masterwork dagger, I put it at 25, but I shouldn't have put it at 25 because Masterwork is not so. Just the Masterwork dagger is not so. So dagger with inscription, I'm going to lower that to DC 20. All right. Symbol of Shaleen comes next. All right. And Queen's Brooch. All right. I think we're finally done. Jesus. Okay. So let me say it to you as a whisper.
Since this is going to be a lot of items, is there a way for us to have it in the log? For us to pass it through without... Or should I just copy and paste it?
Well, yeah, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna
Okay.
copy and paste.
I've forgotten how to do copy and paste with this. I think there's some.
You right
Thing
click
to it.
on it, and then you
I
click
see.
copy text to clipboard.
Okay.
Then Control V, but before
Yeah, I'll
change
edit
something.
it up a little.
By the way, as regards the Sable Company's Marine Bow, because I cannot. It says XGP there, so you cannot react to XGP. So I'm gonna give you a ballpark figure. It's gonna be around 2,000.
Okay.
So if it was 100,000, you would say wow, and if it was like 2GP, you'd say. But it's around 2,000. So for a magic bow, it sounds it sounds reasonable. So it's around there. Just so you know how to react. You can also type that I write down the list in a piece of paper.
So if
that
I
you
do
have.
that, do I get something in my inventory?
Yeah, and then you're gonna ask me, do I have a piece of paper? Do I have a pencil? Yeah. I mean, you are one of the the writers here. So let me check in the items. Would there be like a pencil? Probably not. The stuff like that, they don't. You know what happens? I just add to your inventory pencil without it being in the actual core rulebook. What we could do is we could go to the Paizo forums and start a thread. It'd be like, does the game have pencils?
Can I have can I have a notebook? I don't want to have like
Right.
10 pieces of paper.
Yeah. Let me check. In the notebook might be something that exists in the. No, it doesn't seem to exist. All right. Yeah, it makes sense. So I've added a pencil, and I'm gonna add And notebook.
Just like a small pocketbook type thing.
If you want a pocketbook, yeah, I'll just put it like instead of notebook.
Because I'm already
I
carrying
put-
this like spell book around.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. So I put pencil and pocketbook, and I wonder if I should remove like no, like one SP. You know, because you're reading them out, nobody's going to remember that. So you definitely have to write it down. On the other hand, you know,
I
if
mean,
you
we
leave
have
it on his
notes, right?
desk, what's that?
We also have the notes, right? In Fantasy Grounds.
No, I mean, yeah, but for the characters in the game, how would they remember this? So that's why
But
I
I mean,
said,
doesn't that apply to like everything that we have written down in the notes? That's not like
uh,
meta, like there's not like rules knowledge.
look, no, because let's say, for example, the list of items, right? And everybody can look into their inventory and say, okay, I have a gold ingot, I have a Sakuba, I have a shuriken, I have whatever. But after they cannot look into their inventory and say that, you know, the values that you just told them. The values, they have to remember them. They cannot look for the values in their inventory. So,
Okay, so we can't. So we got to try not to use the notes as like a character memory.
yeah, exactly. I mean, in this case, you know, and it makes sense that you know, this node now is quite like, let's say they stop you in the street and you don't have the items, but you have the note, and the note says Queen's Brood 600 GP.
All right, we
It's
need to.
gonna say,
Okay, we need to invent a cipher, and then write it down in the cipher.
like, would even you remember them? Like, okay, you did the appraisal, but would you remember like the
Not
next
that
week?
many. I'd remember, the important ones.
You'd
But
remember a few of them, but not all of them. So even for you, you would need that note. And otherwise, I guess I would tell you to just appraise them again, but you can't roll again.
okay, can I
I
can
suppose,
I change that note so that it says QB instead of Queen's Brooch?
yeah, that's a
So
good
in
idea.
case we get caught.
Or what about the Sable Compromise Marines bow? How did you get that? Or Gadrin, you know, people will probably know who Gadrin is if you got his, you know. So you could write down, you could write, I think, you know, that you think twice about it and that you amend everything to be in a shorthand,
Okay.
you know, in some kind of code, you know. And you can actually tell me which stuff you want to change. So you can tell me that I amend Gedrin's name, the Sable companies, etc. Just tell me which ones.
Is shorthand one word or is that a compound word?
Shorthand is one word.
Okay. I forgot to put a full stop. And I
Okay.
forgot to press control. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. So, all right. Yeah, you forgot the period. You forgot a lot of stuff. So, edit the above and turn it into action. All right. So, yeah. Okay. That's gonna be deleted anyway. So I am taking one moment to post a clarification for Chev. It sounds like he hasn't heard a whole discussion. All right. Sounds like there's nothing left. Let's see if you can get some progress done beyond the bookkeeping today. So start discussing what's your next step. Yeah, that's not to say that all characters know the value of a dagger. Maybe a monk doesn't know it, but someone in the party would know it, as long as it's a reasonably balanced party. Dino has very high scores. Guys, you know what scores he got? He's got 117, 115, two 14s, a 12, and a 9. So even he's 12 in dexterity. By the way, I read somewhere that a normal human has less than 10. So even the 12 in dexterity is way above average. The only thing he has that's just about as good as the average humans is wisdom, 9, which gives him a -1. But everything else, for this roll method, his scores are sky high. Let me take a quick look at everybody else's. Okay. Kirog's are pretty good. He has an 18. Pretty good. And then Saf, again, he has an 18. Again, pretty good. Saf's lowest is 10. And then ysignal. Yeah, ysignal is the guy, his best is 16. And then again, his lowest is a 10. So that's good. There's other groups that have guys with like -6 or -7. She told you orphanage is where, yeah, she wants you to take the children. It doesn't mean they're there now, unless they decided on their own to go to an orphanage.
I definitely don't think Gadrian taught them to go to the orphanage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar in character, but I was just waiting to see what Caleb would say.
Yeah. Go. Let's wait. Let's do that. And then you put it in the. I don't know how I'm gonna live in Tailspire without the secret messages. We might have to use Fantasy Grounds at the same time. But then the problem is, how do you get a chat log that's complete? It'll be tough.
Don't we have? I thought we had a whisper plugin.
Did we? Okay, that'll be cool if we do.
It's kind of
Even
it's
then,
kind of
the
bodgy
problem
though.
is, it's kind of, the problem is, I would rather have use Fantasy Grounds for all the automation and stuff like that. Right. I'm
I
typing something.
I
What's
meant
that?
to say that it's
You meant to say what?
the big markets. I forgot a word before. Big.
Large.
Yep.
What would you have said?
Like instead of big markets, like the big markets.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, don't worry. I'll look into that when I'm editing. So I'm typing something for all of you. So don't type anything for a sec. You actually, there is an XP amount per child you save in the book. You don't have to save any of them. But I'm just gonna give it to you in game terms. But you're gonna eat random encounters. The more time you spend out there looking for them, which if you survive them, that's more XP. So there is XP. You could have rounded them up easier before, if you put some effort into it, before leaving the fishery. Like if you had told me at the correct moment that we take all the children on the side, blah blah blah, whatever, then they would not have scattered, and you would have gotten all the XP there, and it's quite some XP. It's like over. I'll tell you exactly how much it is. I think it has a cap. I think it's like 150 per child, and it caps out at around 1,000 something. So 1,000 something between that would almost level ysignal.
I don't think we could have because we all collapsed out of exhaustion when we were leaving the place.
You would have to round them up before the end of the battle, because when that's when they scatter. They scatter as long as their captors are alive. They're afraid to leave, because maybe they would kill you, and then. But the moment they see that what's his name, Gedron's dead, that's when they scatter. So you would have to do something about corralling them before you kill Gedron. Let me go back to see the exact. So it's not easy, it wasn't easy. By the way, if you went there in the day, you could have gotten them to help you. But in the night, they're too cowed to help. So then there's no way for them to help you at night. But in the day, they could have helped you. Understood? So, some stuff in the day would be easier. Some stuff would be harder. Yes. Cool. Wait, it says here, award the PCs 135 XP for each orphan who survives the fight. I don't think I've given you this. Have I given you this? Because all of them survived the fight. Maybe that's... Okay, I think that might be only in case... Oh, okay. That's if you go during the day in a room where there's 5 orphans working, and a fight breaks out, and then Giggles, the half-orc, tries to get them to attack you with Intimidate DC 9. And then you have the problem that they're attacking you, but you don't want to kill them. That would have been a bit tough. That's why it says award, so that doesn't apply to you.
We're free to play now, aren't we? Is that true? Or are we waiting for
Let's
something?
think. No, you can keep talking. In the meantime, I'm gonna keep looking for this XP award. Call me if you need anything.
Sorry, I just realized you already answered that question, Saf.
Okay, I'll delete. Don't worry about it.
That's fine. So I guess on that, did we had a note that had the description of the different areas of the city? I'm trying to find that.
There's
You mean
districts of
in
Corvosa.
terms of the do you mean in terms of the orphanage or in terms of generally the city?
Just generally the city. I remember
In the
seeing
forum, go in
something.
the forum.
Oh, yep. Okay.
To the in the future you'll have World Anvil, but for now, go in the forum. Battlegrounds.
Can I make a local knowledge check here, by the way?
Yeah, for just tell me first for what.
Places the children are likely to be between my house and the fisheries.
I feel like
Yeah.
maybe it should be more specific, like relating to the markets angle.
Yeah.
Like which of the markets that have the biggest
Yeah,
most
and I'd like to make
pickpocketing or
it.
something like that.
I'd
Or
like to
rather,
make
which are
a
least upset
similar
by
one.
the current events.
See, the thing
Either
is,
way.
the markets now won't be functioning normally. So you might go to a market and it might be empty, or there might be looting. So the thing is, what would the children do?
But
So what we would
could we
have
do a check to see if there are any that are still open or likely to be open?
I mean, how would we know that though? Because we pretty much just came here from the fishery.
Well, maybe
Um,
there's like a protected enclave or something. And I suppose they wouldn't let us in. Because there are places in the city that are walled off, right?
districts of Corvosa. So if you look in the Discord, I've linked the post where there's a quick description for every area. So take a look there. Midland is generally the best for like the children won't go to the heights, for example, where the academy is and all the rich people. They wouldn't go to the gray where it's the it's a cemetery. So the main area, it's the biggest area, is probably Midland. It's the the middle class area. It's the one where you're in right now.
Yeah, it also mentions the Thieves Guild.
Yeah. Let me see. North Point is mostly administrative, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Yeah, City Hall, the Bank of Abadar. Could be North Point. And then East Shore, I think, is tied to the military. Yeah, Noble House is closely tied to the military. That's pretty upscale too. And you have Old Corvosa, which is it's a shady. Yeah, like normal. South Shore. Let me just. So the way that it has to happen is, first of all, you could if you split up, you cover more ground. But if a random encounter happens, you're in trouble. And now
no,
it's not just a random encounter that you have to worry about. You also have to worry about anarchy and all that. So
yeah,
it
we
wouldn't make much.
side. So, like you said, it wouldn't make much sense to split up.
It wouldn't make much sense. So you all stay together. You cover less ground, but at least you'll be able to to face whatever happens. So you would have to basically tell me that we spent the entire day, or we spent half the day searching in this district. So you have to. I suppose you could tell me we're searching the entire city. I guess that's one thing you could tell me, and then you could tell me I would search this district, or you could narrow it down. You could tell me we searched this market. Of course, then you would have to ask me which markets exist and all that.
There's also the ledger. How can we use the ledger to narrow it down?
Oh, you think that the ledger would help you with this?
Well, if it has all his dealings in it, then it might have some clues as to some more specific places. Like it might mention some locations or some people in
No, no.
Midlands.
The children are quite low down. Like they wouldn't, if there are any special dealings in that book, the children wouldn't have anything to do with it. Or if they had something to do with it, it would be for something like keeping a lookout while one of his other accomplices does something. The children are used for very petty crimes like pickpocketing and stuff like that. So you've already read the ledger. You know that there's nothing in there that can help you.
Okay.
I can tell you right now. My problem is that I'm not given any guidelines about how to adjudicate you guys finding the children. I wanna. That's what I'm looking. I'm looking for. Trying to find back in the book exactly where it says when they leave. All I have to go by is a few lines. So what we're gonna do is, you're gonna give me a rough. The main thing I want to know is how much time do you want to devote to this? That's what I want. Do you want to devote the whole day? Yeah.
I mean, it depends how we fare in encounters. If we get that up in the first one, we'll probably call it short, right?
Yeah. Of course. That's that goes without saying. Like if you tell me we're spending the entire day and then 1 hour in you're bloody, then obviously we call it off at that point. But I want to know what kind of investment. You can start by telling me, don't tell me we'll go out for an hour. You're not going to accomplish anything in an hour. But at least tell me half the day or the whole day. That's pretty much what I would like to know. And then I'll be able to set up we'll look at some skills. I think there are, what would be I think the knowledge local is one skill that would help. Do you check your skills and tell me if there's any others that you think could be relevant? Yes. So in the day there will be 9 orphans in the fishery because the rest of them are out in the city streets. But at night there's 26 of them, and they're all sleeping where you found them. And it says if the PCs invade the fishery at the night, the orphans are too confused and frightened to aid in combat. So they will not aid either you or the thugs. And it says, listen, that's all I got to go by. Instead, they attempt to escape into the surrounding slums as soon as their oppressors are dead. So they will not escape before, but the moment the last guy died, I guess they didn't all die. I mean, one of them escaped, and then you let one of them go. But the way I ruled it is at the moment they saw Gedron dead, that's when they're scattered. So there's 26 of them. Oh, and here's the story afterwards. So it says, once Gedron is out of the picture, the orphans are quick to flee into the surrounding slums, making it difficult for PCs to gather them up and relocate them into a proper orphanage. But if the PCs manage to do so, grant them 135 XP for each orphan secured, up to a maximum of 1,350 for all. So, you only get XP up to the 10th. So I guess you could stop with the 11th, 11, you're like, I don't give a shit now. Oh, see, I shouldn't have told you this. Anyway, in addition, you get an extra 400 XP if you find the child, Dino's brother. So you can get up to 700. So I could make that child the last one. So that's all I got to go by. It just tells me if they manage to, it does say that it's difficult. Once they scatter, it's difficult to gather them. So that's all I have to go by. You have to find them and relocate them into a proper orphanage. Yeah, so the question is, I'm going to put this all on Discord. Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna. I gave you an idea just because this is a tutorial campaign and I'm helping you out a bit, so you can understand the mechanics. So it's up to me now, after you told me your plan of action, to figure out how plausible it is and what skills would be involved. So I'm looking at the skills here. So, Kirog, Fool's Errand requires an apostrophe, and Gadrian Stash requires an apostrophe.
Yep.
So, diplomacy, disable device disguise. It does seem to me knowledge local. You know, the way I see it is you could do a check that's aided. So the guy with the best check rolls, and everybody else rolls to aid him, to give him a +2, I think it is. So the most street smart person here is Hero. And I'm just trying to figure out if, except knowledge local, if there's any other guys. No. Intimidate, no. No. It's a knowledge local, and because it's supposed to be difficult, I would put the check at 25. That's what difficult is. It's at least 20. Difficult is at least 20. But this, he goes out of my way to say 25. Not to mention, it's during, like, it would be 25 during, those kids are good at not being found, and they're good at evading and all that stuff. So you're trying to find them, and during the time of unrest, that's even worse. So, all right, I'm going to put it at 30 per child. DC 30, and everybody. The fact that people are helping, that means they rolled 2. And I think if they succeed, we have to find this. It's called Aid Another, I think. Google. Aid Another Pathfinder. It's page 86, apparently. 86. So, definitely finding a bunch of children. Like, it's gonna take you, weeks. I want to let me explain something. This part of, I guess again, I'm giving you a tutorial hint. The first, let me look at the adventure. So the adventure, the first book, Edge of Anarchy, has 3 parts. Wait, part 1, part 2, part 3, right? The part 1 is called Haunted Fortunes, right? And that starts in Zalara's home, and then it goes in the old fishery, and that's it. So the book is divided in 3 parts. The first part can be done in like a day, even less than a day, because you meet the Zalara in the evening, you go at night, and then by morning it's all done, it's finished. So it's less than 24 hours, right? But the second part is called City Gone Mad. That tells me in the book that it can take up to a month. And it does say that you can conceivably run through all the encounters in a week, but you have to be very lucky or very good at tactics, because there's a lot of combat, and if you get hurt, that means days in order to recuperate. Plus, the anarchy makes things worse. Everything is slower. Just getting food, is a mission, and you have random encounters. So. there's no set like it could take 2 months. It could take a month if you're super good at the game and so you have super good characters that are min max and all that, which you don't. You don't know the system. Your characters are not particularly good. You could conceivably do it for a week, but there's no way you guys are going to do it for a week. So, it could take 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month and a half, even 2 months. There's no huge rush now. So, what you could be doing is looking for the children at the same time as doing some other taking care of other business, and then when you have a moment, again, you search. Plus, let me tell you something else. There's another thing you could be doing is looking for rumors, going out and trying to hear of rumors. And at the back of the book, let me see what page exactly it is. So part one was Zalara and the fishery. Part 2 and part 3 are essentially one huge thing. It's essentially like a sandbox. You can go wherever you want. You have lots of different objectives. So the question is, do you want one of these objectives to be the children? The children are definitely going to put a few more weeks into your schedule, but there's a big reward, all that XP at the end. And for the case of, especially for Dino, there's an extra bonus of 400. Plus, it does seem to me that the paladin would want to get all the kids. So for me, like, the way that I would do it is, if you guys decided that you don't want to search for the kids, or you want to search just for a few of them, I would basically send a secret message to Dino, and I would tell him that your character is going to search for the kids, all of them, like every last one of them. So he wouldn't impose that on you, but he would go out on his own, and he would spend time on his own looking for all of them. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, you do have a choice. On the other hand, you don't have much of a choice. You see what I'm saying? Unless you want to leave Dino to search for them on his own. But to conclude, let's see here. Appendix. Yeah, I think it's in Corvosa. Rumors. Yes, there's a whole chapter about rumors. So I'll tell you what happened. The way the mechanics work for the rumors. I wanted to actually post about that on Discord and in the forum. So there's an exact. So the rumors is another thing that takes time. So you can't just like walk into a bar. You have to spend a bunch of hours. Yes. So it says here, the PCs can learn rumors in numerous ways. Okay, I'm gonna put that in Discord. So you basically are gonna have to like juggle your time between rumors, the children, and whatever other goals you have, which you have a lot. And all this going in with the anarchy and the random encounters.
I say I accidentally double-clicked something when I was reading the chat log, and it seems to have copied and pasted itself.
Okay, let me see what's going on. Okay. Delete paragraph above. I'm hoping that with Foundry, you'll be able to like fix it in real time, like in. All right, so check the rules for rumors on Discord. So it's 1d4 hours for a piece of lore, assuming you succeed on the diplomacy check. And the modifier that says it depends on the state. So if the city is an anarchy, the DC is higher. If the city is normal, the city basically has several states. So you could, if you spend a whole day out for rumors, if you rolled 1d4 again and 1d4 again, 1d4 again, you could spend half a day and you could, and the tables on rumors are, let me see how big they are. So I roll every time you actually succeed in getting a piece of rumor. I roll on a 1d20 on the table. So I have one table that's general rumors, and then I have another one for chapter 1, another one for chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4 and 6. Yes, because there's 6 books. So there's about, I don't know, 50 rumors. Keep in mind that a third of them are false, a third of them are correct, roughly, and a third of them are half true. So don't expect everything you hear to be true, and some are true, some are partially true, some are false.
I made a mistake with what I just wrote. I wrote "I'm sure" twice.
Yeah. So that things like that happen. Don't worry about it. I pick them up when I edit everything. Right. So I gave you an idea. So I'm trying to explain to you, because you might have had it in your mind that finding the kids is like in a CRPG where okay, we spend half a day and we find all the kids. No. Okay, it says it's extremely difficult. There's 26 fucking kids. It's gonna take you weeks. So the question is, if you want to do it, you should weave it in with everything else, so that it's not gonna, so that it doesn't get boring, and you have all these leads too. So you just have to decide. Let's do this for this. Today, you could do something in the morning and then something in the evening. Well, in the evening, actually, it's better not to be out. So unless you have a reason to be out, I would actually make it even harder to find them in the evening. So you can do something in the morning and something in the afternoon, I suppose. So yeah, it will be. Let me look now in the book. It's in page. I just want to see the aid another. Yes, the aid another. Yes. So the aid another. You have to roll 10 or higher to aid, and the character gets +2 bonus on his check. And I think it's the same skill. Is it the same skill as he's rolling? So if he's rolling knowledge local, you all have to roll. Yes, you have to make the same one. So you would have to make untrained knowledge local 10 or higher. And he would get it +2. And the DC for finding one child, dude, it's going to take a while. The DC for finding one child. And you know what? That doesn't end. Because if you want to take the child to the orphanage, you have to convince him that he should get there. Should go there. So that will be a diplomacy check.
I mean, Dino's got all that rope.
Yeah. Well, that's grooming. Yeah. There's gonna be some. You don't have hold person or anything like that, do you? Or charm? You could use a spell. Coast vehicle command. One subject obey select command for honor. Maybe the command will work. You can use some command, but keep in mind, if you use these spells, then if something bad happens, then you won't be able to use them. But yeah. All right. So, guys, tell me something that you want to do for the morning.
I mean, we need food. Unless there's food in the inn.
Yep. No, there's one ration.
What happens if we try to split one ration?
That's the thing. Like, there's nothing in the core rulebook for that, and I don't think there's anything. Well, there might be in the survival, there might be in the wilderness rules, but we have to look into it. That's another thing we have to look into.
Well, a ration
Um,
is 8 hours worth of food, right? Or what is it? You need 3 of them a day, so divide the time by 4.
Right.
Yeah, so I suppose that you telling me that one ration will be breakfast for everybody, right? That's what you're telling me. I don't know if the ration is for you need 3 per day, or the ration is per like one ration is good for a whole day, or one ration is one meal. I'm not sure about that. I'm not
I
sure what
thought it was
ration.
one meal, but I'll have to check.
Where would you check? Is that in the core rulebook?
Yeah, it should be on the items page if I remember right.
All right, let me take a look. Equipment. I can think of some other, like, if you have all this money, if you manage to sell something and get some money, it wouldn't be out of the question to hire somebody to find the children for you. That's another thing I can think of. But it would be money. Right, trail rations.
So if we say that we're going to search the markets for the kids, or look for rumors of things, can we tack onto that we'll purchase some food while we're there?
Yeah, definitely. You can, unless it's especially difficult to get food. Yeah, unless
Right.
it's a mission on its own, which is something that I'm looking into. All right, I'm looking at food, drink, and lodging. For example, it says in the book, meals per day, it says poor, common, and good. But why not eat poor all the time, since there's no benefit, you see? So poor meal per day would be 1 silver, common would be 3 silver per day, and good would be 5 silver per day. And then it gives meat. Chunk of meat is 3 silver pieces for half a pound. But why would I care about that if the meal per day has me? So that's why we definitely need rules about that, unless they're already in the advanced players book or in the wilderness book, which I don't
Your
think they.
mind and body are tired of eating the same food.
Yeah. At the moment, the only reason to eat better food than the poor is role playing. That you're role playing that you're going to a better place and having a better meal. I'm still trying to find any description. Let me just Google rations there. Rations.
Kirok, did you equip all the stuff you wanted, like the +1 dagger and the padded armor and all that?
I thought I did. One sec. Yeah. Why do you ask?
Well, I mean, if we're just sort of going to go do some errands, and we should probably try to find a few things that we can sell, even if it's not, the more exotic stuff.
So I want you to tell me what are you going to do with this stuff? Are you going to leave the queen's brooch under the bed or something?
I mean, you must have had it. It can't be the first time you've had to hide something like this, Kirok.
So do I stash it under the floorboards or?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to figure something out and type it in the chat, and we'll see what happens. It's a good thing to discuss between yourself. One of you could say, so what do we do with all this stuff? Well, we're out. It would even be, it wouldn't be how much do you trust your landlord? If you leave the stuff without anybody here, it could all be gone. You could even leave a person back. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I don't know, to be honest. It's a difficult situation. How do you go outside carrying all this stuff on you? It says.
Did we say we weren't capitalizing Queen, by the way?
Yes, we were not. Unless you're saying her full title, her full name. Queen Ilosa would be capital.
Yep.
By the way, it says selling treasure. In general, you can sell for half its listed price, including weapons, armor, gear, magic items. Trade goods are the exception to the yes. So the trade goods are exchanged as if they were cash. Like, for example, wheat, flour, iron, tobacco, cinnamon, linen, stuff like that. Gold, platinum. That stuff is the exception. You can sell it as if it were cash. But for other stuff, if you have a sword that's 1,000 GP, you generally sell it for 500. So you definitely don't get the full value. I wonder is there a barter skill? There should be a barter skill. Bluff. No. Maybe it's diplomacy then. Let me look at diplomacy. Saf dropped out. Trail rations. Yes. Oh, wait. So the 5 SP that you had, wait, do you have 5 SP or you had 5 rations? Did you pay 5 SP for each of those? Yeah, it looks like, yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what you had paid 25 SP. That was expensive, actually. Yes, so the rations are not a meal. The rations are for the whole day. So, yeah, they ate for the whole day. You ate for the whole day yesterday. All right. We have to wrap it up because we've been playing for 8 hours, I think.
Yeah, it's been 8 hours. I was gonna say I need to wrap up soon as well.
Yeah, right. So I would like to do something more. On the other hand, the good news is that we've figured out pretty much everything, and the couple of things we haven't figured out are plain now. So I will have them ready for next time. And next time you can get a lot of work done. You can get a lot of stuff done. Yeah, the rations cost as much as a good meal, Chef. Noted. Yeah, so if you stay in town and you do nothing, you can eat for 1 SP a day. But if you're carrying rations with you, then you need to pay 5 SP a day. That's expensive. And it's probably going to be even more expensive now with all these issues. Right. First of all, stop all the streams.